Hey, Sludgers. Hey, Sludgers. How are we sludging today, my sludges? I gotta be really careful not to mix up what I'm feeding my frogs and what I'm eating right now. Like, you know when you're eating and drinking something at the same time and you try to drink your sandwich and eat your drink? I gotta be careful to not do that right now, because I don't want a mouthful of freeze-dried bloodworms. But I know my frogs do. They found the lost season of the Walking with Beast recut? No fucking way.
Day, in this part of the internet, located entirely on your channel?
Yes. Yeah, those bloodworms will give me power. Can you feel the warm-blooded pig reptile power flowing through your veins? Well, I'm apparently seeing something that they're getting another season of 2025 Walking with Dinosaurs. I'll have to look this up later. I don't know how much I want season 2 of 2025 Walking with Dinosaurs, but it'll be fine. Two highlights are a bat shark spray reference and the Tyrannosaurus losing the top 10 to Liopleurodon. I remember that actually from when I watched the original. I remember that they did like the top 10 most dangerous whatevers, right? The scariest and coolest, the most badass whatevers. And T-Rex was number 2, but Liopleurodon
Sludge
was number
Bowl
1.
commentary by Fish Johnston.
Football! Hold up. I get my light on. It's somewhat light in here because I installed a new lamp, which you might see when I turn the camera on. Hold up. I've been quite busy lately, and also my sleep schedule, like through no fault of my own, right? Like I'm not overworking myself in the middle of the night or anything like that. It's just like, fuck, dude. I take like a fuckload of melatonin and I go to sleep at a reasonable hour. I wake up at like 2 a.m. Alright, let me get the sludge capture on. I didn't set any of this up beforehand. I apologize greatly. Whoosh. That is quite bright up there, actually. Hold up. Can I, like... Yeah, okay. Alright, that's a better angle that doesn't completely blow out the light. Although, the window light, that's pretty blown the fuck out. Also, I'm eating, like, these little meat and cheese wraps today. It's, Soprazzetta and mozzarella. Oh. Yeah, I'd, like, close the blanket curtain back there, but, I also want the air. So, you'll have to forgive me. It's good. Okay, I apologize. I am eating. Also, I haven't been streaming a lot lately, and I apologize for that. Part of that is the sleep schedule thing. I almost didn't stream today, which you may notice by the fact that this stream was announced and started at basically the same time. It was just like, all right, it's now or never. May as well. I also did some rearranging of my room recently. Ooh, ah. You may notice, you probably won't, that the dresser drawer where Vinny lives has been swapped with my fossil rack. So that way the fossil rack is aligned with the fossil shelves up there. Ooh, ah. I'm also gonna get another shelf above where Vinny lives, and that's where Carne is gonna live once he or she gets older and ends up going into like another 10 gallon. Well, actually, that 10 gallon. So the one above will probably be where Vinny lives. Mm. I didn't get a chance to change the bingo sheet. However, um, we're sort of informally replacing non-dinosaur in dinosaur list with the video's title lies to you.
Arizona donated $5. Do you think a Walking with Dinosaurs scaled Liopleurodon could take on a decently sized Edwardian ocean liner?
I don't know enough about ocean liners. Is that from like an era or like a company? I don't know. Because the Walking with Dinosaurs Liopleurodon is like 80 feet long. Ocean liners I know are pretty big. Like, fuck, how long was Titanic? Like 300 feet or something? I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, for a while I was just kind of really busy working on the ecosystem video for JW2, which I'm glad to see has received similar positive reception to the previous JW2 challenge videos. And so I'm kind of just in between a bunch of projects right now, which I always say. Most of them are the same couple of projects. I'm still working on 882 feet long. Jesus Christ. That's way bigger. Any fossil of a dinosaur's phallus? There has been a fossil found of a dinosaur's cloaca. Psittacosaurus was found with like a preserved cloaca, which is quite rare. So, depending on how they had sex, maybe. Because if they just did the bird thing where it's like the cloaca rubbing and they didn't really have a hemipene, so to speak of, then yeah, that might have been the equivalent of a penis. But I don't know if that really would have come from ornithischians or if it would have just like come from the theropod side of things. Yeah, my room is well lit. I got a new light up there because the plants in what is now Vinny's and what will someday be Carne's enclosure kept dying on me because they weren't getting enough light. And so I was just like, all right, this place needs more light anyway. So screw it. I installed a new light. I've been installing a bunch of stuff. I had to get some new lights out in my living room because I just feel like the plants that are in, like the sort of above water plants in my fish tanks could use more light. Um, there may be even more, but only by slightly more light in here soon because I'm currently working on a paludarium for a tree frog. That's going to be a long process because just installing um 1/3 of the sort of protector for the water pump that will house the waterfall feature. That took me like a couple hours, but in fairness, I've never worked with silicone before, so it's what it is. I probably look nicer because I just got a fuckload of sleep. Um, I want to say I went to bed at like 10 p.m. last night, and when I woke up, it was like not even 2. It was not even 2 o'clock in the morning. I took 4 melatonin gummies. The little thing I have says you should only take 2. Take no more than 2. Um, I took 4, and I got like 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, like maybe 5 hours of sleep. Not even, right? I don't know what's wrong with me, but I've just been having serious sleep issues. And so I was awake for a few hours and then I crashed again in the morning. Melatonin always makes you sleep like shit. Interesting. I may have to stop taking it then. Like when I'm in that sort of period of like, ooh, I'm just now starting to wake up. It's like, I feel refreshed after a nice long sleep. And I like crack open my eyes and it's like, oh, it's still really dark in here. Oh, it's 2 in the morning. Yeah, I'd get some actual sleep medication, but I need insurance for that, and I have tried. I tried because I was worried about the hyperthyroidism thing. I think I'm doing better with that. Like, I haven't really had the breathing problems recently, at least not the past few days, so fingers crossed it stays that way. Well, just going through the process of like getting the insurance is being kind of weird for me. I don't know. I feel like this is something I want to do with an actual person who can walk me through the process. Instead of just like, hey, sign up online, and once you hit a wall where you don't know what to do anymore, you're just fucked. Because that is the problem I'm running into. Okay, I got one more of these left. I'm sorry, I just woke up, I haven't eaten anything. Mm. I've been trying to be more active in the day. I'm like, dude, do you know how many times I have to like walk down to the CVS store because, or like the CVS store or the Ace store because I need to get um like a new extension cord or some shit, or like a light timer. Oh yeah, Megalosaurus is still pretty fragmentary, but some close relatives like Torvosaurus are known for much more complete material. Um, yeah, I probably should just like do more good sleep stuff, but I'm working on it. I'm busy with a lot of stuff. I'm also trying to get through a bunch of older stuff, which is part of why I haven't been streaming lately, because it's just like I kind of want to catch up to a certain degree with a lot of um just like the streams and stuff that I have. Like I still have Bloodborne to go through. It's just that I'm at the point in editing where I'm at Ebrietas right now, and Ebrietas is gonna suck to edit because I was stuck on that stupid thing for hours. Hmm. Oh yeah, Schizo. I've also been going through a bit of Schizo lately. I'm on the stream where I got the double unusual unbox. So that was funny. Hopefully I'll try to make a highlight of that. We'll see what happens. I feel like I'm most of the way through it, but I'm at the point where my stream died during that schizo, and so I have to use the what stream. Yeah, my fucking Jurassic World Rebirth video kind of blew the fuck up. Like that combined with the day where I got like $1,000 worth of donations on the one stream. That's pretty much single-handedly funded um the pet that I want to get. Well, technically at the same time as the tree frog, because there is a reptile expo coming in September. So that's when I'm gonna get the tree frog itself, but I also want to get an Ackie monitor. And so I need like a table over here and the tank itself. So yeah, apologies. The misleading video title is going to replace non-dinosaur and dinosaur list. I didn't get the chance to fix it before the stream started, but like unofficially, just for clarification to everyone who is watching the stream and will be watching the video, this is misleading video title, or video title lies to you. An uptick of the other videos on the channel in terms of views after that video blew up. Really? I'm not sure if I noticed that, because like I kept looking at the other videos, like their performance, and it was like the Sludge videos were just doing kind of the same old, same old. It was just the Rebirth video that was blowing up, which I'm glad it did, because goddamn, 200,000 views on like an hour-long video with decent retention rate is a lot. What kinds of video files are defined as misleading? That would be something like having a non-dinosaur in your dinosaur list, or saying like the last one we did, I think, where it was like, oh, creatures from before the dinosaurs in times of antiquity, and it's like half of them were things that were after the dinosaurs, and then one of them just straight up was a dinosaur, even though it was saying that they weren't doing dinosaurs. Like I didn't even notice that when I was first watching through. It's just like, why did you call Therizinosaurus a duck? Like, he blindsided me. He hit me with a Chewbacca defense that I didn't even see. The real problem here, which is that like you're aren't you more or less saying that this isn't a dinosaur because it's something like, oh, it's something that's not a dinosaur that's living around the same time? Like, fuck, dude. It's so frustrating. Creepypasta reviews? Um, Honestly, I may have like a bit of time. I may have to again avoid a few streams, which I don't want to do, because again I kind of want to get the JW2 Mega Park done by the time Jurassic World Evolution 3 releases. I um fuck, dude, I still want to do Netflix Avatar. I finally have the audio for that recorded. When's the next TF2 stream? I don't know. I'm kind of just playing streams by ear at this point because I got so much shit to do. I feel like every time I look at the comments on the Rebirth video, it's just like, eh, you are wrong because I liked the movie. Like, what was the last positive comment I got on it? Most of it is just like, your standards are too high. Thanks. I load the new one. Okay, so some of this is people just giving their own somewhat negative thoughts about the movie. I really liked it, just not much dinosaurs. Jurassic World Rebirth is the river raft scene. I don't know if he means that the entire value of the movie is the river raft scene, which honestly, fair the fuck enough. Ba -ba -ba -ba. Huh. Actually, a lot of the more recent comments on the video are positive. But I feel like every time I get a notification for one, it's just like, fuck you, your standards are too high. I have gotten like maybe one or two comments that try to refute my points made in the video and not just say like, why can't you just guy strapped up to a machine blasting Harry Potter movies and porn into his brain while heroin is dripped through an
Insert
IV.
ridiculous donation of an inappropriate sum of money. But nah, I'm not doing that. Yet smiley face. In all seriousness though, hope you're doing well. Keep living cuz we really like ya fish man.
I'll give it my best. Thank you very much for the $20 reduce. But yeah, it pretty much just comes down to, oh my god, let people have fun. You know, that image? Uh, which way gets me more into frame? I need to be more into the frame. I'm into this frame right now. Hmm. Yeah, and the Cumotron, the automatic masturbator. Oh my god, let people enjoy things. It's just that. A lot of the comments on the Rebirth video are just that. Um, Geologic period is my favorite. Jurassic had my favorite dinosaur in it. The Carboniferous is also cool. I might actually go for the Carboniferous. Because it's got like all the cool bugs and it's also got the Tully monster. And we love our boy the Tully monster. Yeah, the argument goes the same way the other way around. It's just like, oh my god, let people enjoy things. Like, bitch, let me not enjoy this. A dinosaur ages tier list? I mean, there'd be three. Unless you mean like the super small ones within the periods, like the Carnian or the Maastrichtian, in which case I don't know enough about each of those to be like, ah, that's the one. Yeah, Tully Monster is Carboniferous. That blew my mind when I found that out too, because I thought it was Cambrian too. I thought it was one of the ones from the Cambrian explosion. Like, oh, that explains why we don't know what it is, because we don't know what anything is. But no, it's just this fucking weird little goober creature that survived with the Carboniferous. It's like, what even is this? Walking with ranking? I could definitely do like individual episodes. Um, I don't know if there's a tier list for that. There we go. Walking with series episode tier list. All right, and it's got I think it has the individual segments from Walking with Monsters as well, because there's like 3 segments of Walking with Monsters. I also don't know if anything really even is D tier. Big L, top of S. Ornithochirus, top of S. Okay, if anything's gonna go in C tier, I think the weakest episode of the original Walking with Dinosaurs has got to be the 6th one. Just unfortunately, the science isn't very good. The T-Rex design is weird. Yeah. There's so much that I like about it. Like most, like the T-Rex design and the Ankylosaurus design. I love the colors on the Ankylosaurus, and I'm so glad that Prehistoric Kingdom has basically the same color scheme on like an actually good Ankylosaurus model. Um, Torosaurus looks good. I love the color scheme on the Dromaeosaur, even if it's not feathered. Um, but I don't hate it, right? But I think it is the weakest episode of the series. Yeah, the end sequence, it does such a good job at portraying the mass extinction event. Like, holy shit, it is haunting. It's so fucking good. Um, okay. So I'm trying to remember like which is in each Walking with Monsters segment, because like um this one has the Cambrian explosion with the Anomalocaris and the Haiku Ichthyes. Um, was that just the Anomalocaris, Haiku Ichthyes, and like the Trilobites? Um, and then there was I think it was the Devonian with the Cephalaspis, the Brontoscorpio, and the Pterygotus. Um, did it also show the Carboniferous? Okay, Scorpion's up to the Devonian. Um, ooh, so that means this one has the Carboniferous, which okay, the spider getting killed by a lightning strike directly into its burrow is kind of goofy. Okay, so this one is Cambrian up to Devonian. This one's Carboniferous into like early mid Permian with the Dimetrodon, and then this one is this just the late Permian? Oh yeah, this is the late Permian into the early Triassic with like the Euparkeria and the Lystrosaurus. Um, God, I feel like it's been ages since I watched Walking with Monsters. Yeah, God just hated that spider in particular. Probably because God realized, wait a minute, you're supposed to be a freshwater Eurypterid. Smite you. Um, hmm. Okay, which of these segments is the weakest? Because I feel like the Cambrian section was decent. The Devonian section was also pretty good. Carboniferous, I remember liking the most. But maybe that's just my bias towards the Carboniferous and all the weird stuff that goes on there. I think. Oh wait. Um. Yeah, this is up to. I totally forgot about Hynerpaton. I forgot about the Hynerpaton and Hyneria segment. Is that all that one had? Well, the fact that I forgot about it, maybe maybe doesn't bode too well for it. I feel like the Carboniferous segment also had the most goofy shit in it. Like again, it has the spider getting hit by lightning, and also the Arthropleura getting flipped over onto world's most conveniently placed shaft of wood so that the amphibian can eat it. Yeah, the baby Dimetrodon just being shrunk down models of the adults. Like, I think this might have been. Was this one of the lower budget ones? I think it might have been. So that's kind of understandable. Especially because they have so many models already over so many different time periods and filming locations and shit like that.
I'm learning Japanese right now, and sometimes you come across a word that you know exactly what it is without translating. For example, guess what engenia is?
Ingenia? Ingenious. I hope that's what it is and not like angina. God, it's been so long. Okay. Um, oh, engine. I think I'll put this one in B tier because, like, I don't remember. Oh, engineer.
Engineer.
Good, good. Um, I remember the Dimetrodon section being kind of slow. Like, it's mostly just the mother watching after her eggs and not really much after that. I did kind of like at the end when, like, one of the Dimetrodon that's chasing all the babies is revealed to be the mother who's just, like, starving at that point. and she's like missing an eye. Like that's kind of fucked up and cool. But yeah, honestly, I think with the goofiness of the Carboniferous and the Dimetrodon not greatness. Yeah, they repeat footage a lot. Like there's that same shot of the Dimetrodon mother just like kind of burying the eggs in the substrate. It's just kind of meh. Like again, I understand less budget to go on there. I want to like order these. We've already got you there, and so there we go. Yeah, New Dawn, and then Whale Killer, and then Land of the Giants is last. I think that's the right order. I'm pretty sure. I know Mammoth Journey is last. Ugh. I mean, like, I feel like Walking with Dinosaurs didn't repeat footage all that much. But again, like, I feel like this is a lower budget project than Dinosaurs or Beasts, so Sabretooth is Aster next to kin. I thought so at first, but it's just like, no, Australopithecus has to be closer than Sabertooth cats, right? But I guess that does make more sense. I think it's because next of kin I associate with seeing things like zebras and rhinos just running around. And so I think, oh, that has to be closer to the modern day, right? Um, well, with Sabretooth, it's, you know, pretty much all prehistoric species, but I think that's just because of South America being totally isolated and their fauna being weird. Um, hmm. Okay. So I feel like that might be one of the stronger monsters sections. And then there's this one, the Enostransevia and the Lystrosaurus. I don't remember all that much about the Lystrosaurus. I remember that the whole plot basically of the Enostransevia segment is all about like this drying up water hole, and eventually it just runs out and only the Diectodon survive. And I don't remember much about the Triassic, so I think I'm also going to put that one in B. Probably B above Dimetrodon and Carboniferous. Yeah, the ending where the Euparkeria just instantly grows into a giant Allosaurus. That was good. I like that. They do good with their endings. They nail that shit. Um, New Blood. This one's a bit, I suppose, plotless, but I think that could honestly kind of apply to a few of the episodes, honestly. Um, like Big Al and Ornithochirus are really just they're the standout examples of like the storytelling, right? A plus at lowest. Interesting. Um, because I did rewatch this one semi recently. I think because it does show the late Triassic, which basically nothing does. Um, there's a decent variety in behavior, like between all the different species that are portrayed. The scene with the Cynodonts that like eat their babies just to like survive and move out of their nest, that always like kind of stuck with me. As well as the Coelophysis cannibalizing on their own babies. Walking with Dinosaurs was killing babies before Prehistoric Planet made it cool. Yeah, alright. I'm convinced. That's an S tier. Time of the Titans. I have to divorce myself from the amazing fucking score, the literally perfect score, and Also the fact that it has Allosaurus in it, which is my favorite. Um, it might still be S tier anyway. Oh yeah, the Post-Asukas animatronic. It's got like the glazed over eyes and all the frothy drool. It looks good. Um, I feel like this is something that I think the 2025 Walking with Dinosaurs struggles a lot with. It really struggles to make herbivores interesting protagonists. Like, if you ask people who watched the 2025 Walking with Dinosaurs, like what are the best episodes, they're gonna say like the Spinosaurus and the Albertosaurus episodes, and those are the ones that have um carnivores as protagonists. Because I think it's just like easier to showcase them doing different behaviors besides just like besides just hunting or being hunted or any shit like that, right? Um, I think that Walking with Dinosaurs handles that so much better, and Time of the Titans is a really good example because it's like this long journey over the course of several years in the animal's life and lots of different events happening, from like the eggs being laid to hatching to having to survive in the forest to the big forest fire to moving out to joining a herd and all that kind of shit. There's so much going on for an herbivore protagonist compared to 2025 Walking with Dinosaurs, which has like um the Gastonia just kind of eating ferns for the entire episode. And oh boy, I sure hope I don't get eaten by a Utahraptor today. And it's only really elevated by the ending, which does show the forest fire and some of the science around why the scientists believe that a forest fire played a role in the death of these animals. And why the Utahraptor block was, I don't know, a bunch of them that sunk into quicksand. So yeah, I'm putting this one in S tier too. Like, it does such a good job with its herbivore protagonists. And also, the score is so good. Um, okay, Cruelty, I agree that it is hard to rank because um, the Liopleurodon is not accurate at all. But it's so fucking cool. It is so fucking cool. It's it is iconic. I love it so much. Um, that being said, the Ophthalmosaurus storyline, I feel like it kind of loses steam after basically the mother gets ripped in half. Like, I don't know, the baby Ophthalmosaurus surviving, or yeah, just kind of surviving, is not the most like I honestly found myself more interested by like what the Eustreptospondylus was doing, even what the Rhamphorhynchus were doing, and what the Liopleurodon was doing. I feel like the Ophthalmosaurus, for kind of being like the focus characters, really aren't the most interesting. The Liopleurodon is inaccurate because it's way too big as a start.
Arizona donated $5. Lioplorodon has so much aura, quadruple S tier.
I don't disagree with that. Yeah, the opening fake out is just it's so good. But I think that like showing this like the lifestyle of the animals on the island is also pretty good. I just think that the Ophthalmosaurus storyline is the weakest part of it. So I'm putting it in high A because like I do like the fact that it focuses on the marine creatures. I think that's like a good idea for an episode. Um, it's just that it's not the most memorable, I think. Outside of, I think, the Liopleurodon. Spirits of the Ice Forest. Again, I have to give points here for um ow. I have to give points for showing an underrepresented area. However, I really think that it was underrepresented for a reason, especially at the time. Because like there's only, I think, There's the Allosaur, Muttaburrasaurus, Coolosuchus, and the Polar Allosaur. And then there's like a live action Quadamundi. And I think that's like it for the whole episode. Um I do really love seeing that the Coolosuchus is so great. And again, I think that they do a good job showing like the diverse behaviors of the animals. Like you get the Muttaburrasaurus having to deal with like all the biting flies and stuff like that, which um Prehistoric Planet would later go on and basically turn into a whole segment with the Allura Titan. Um There's the Lialinosaur like eating their own eggs, like their own infertile eggs to like get the nutrients back, which I always think is cool, seeing herbivores do like not very herbivory things. Um the Polar Allosaur is like cool and I like its design even if it's contentious for what the fuck it even is. I know that some people still think it's supposed to be Australorvinator even though it's like based on I'm pretty sure different material. Bleh. I think this is another A tier. I could put it above Cruel Sea. Alright. And Ballad of Big Al and Giant of the Skies placement at the top of S tier kind of goes without saying. Um okay. There is something to be said. Like I feel like Giant of the Skies being second place is due primarily to the science just not holding up very well. But the storytelling and the music is fucking magnificent. It is amazing. Um, it is like peak paleo documentary storytelling. Walking with Dinosaurs 2025 could never. Yeah, there's like the Utah Raptors in Europe, which is dumb. And there's also the narrative that like birds were trying to push out the pterosaurs and were succeeding at that, and like pterosaurs were majorly on the decline towards the end of the Cretaceous, which probably didn't have to do with birds. I think that was just that was a theory going around due to a lack of fossil evidence at the time, which is just like, hey, we don't have all that many pterosaurs. Like I'm pretty sure for a while, as far as like Maastrichtian North American pterosaurs, you pretty much just had Quetzalcoatlus, and now it's we know about at the very least more. Yeah, the Quetzalcoatlus cameo in Death of a Dynasty pretty much tries to push that same narrative, like, oh, this is basically the last pterosaur, which not exactly true. Um, and then Ballad of Big Al, the science behind it is a lot stronger, and I really like how the sort of second half of it goes deeper into that science to like explain like why they portrayed everything the way they did. With like hey, here's looking at the Allosaurus's brain case to see that it's more close like it's closer to crocodiles than it is to birds. So like, you know, if we're going to show the Allosaurus rearing their young in some way, we can assume that it would kind of be similar to crocodiles. Yeah, and they explain the science without breaking the flow of the narrative, and also they explain the science to the audience and not just to each other around a campfire because he 3D printed a T-Rex brain case while he's digging for fossils out in the field just to show it to one of his coworkers. I am so I might just have to make a video talking about Walking with Dinosaurs 2025. Yeah, it's not 2 minutes of Al's life before cutting back to them discovering his body. Like, his skeleton at the beginning and end, like, it bookends the episode. It bookends his story. And then you see, like, all the pathologies on the skeleton, and it's like, oh my gosh, that's from that part, and that's from that part, and then there's the toe bone that ultimately led to his death. Um, Walking with Dinosaurs 2025, I'd probably give, like, maybe a 5. Like, I don't think it's bad. It's not bad, but in that kind of way where you have to say it's not bad in a way that almost makes you feel bad for saying it like that. Um, Sauropod with the balloon head thing was weird. It was weird because it looked weird. Like, I've seen so many better depictions of sauropods with, like, sort of inflatable sacs on their faces for, like, noise amplification. Like, hey, the trailer for Dinosauria Volume 2 has that with the Sauroposeidon just kind of bellowing at the Acrocanthosaurus, and it looks way fucking better. Probably because, like, he really knows how to work well within his medium, and he has total creative control over it. Yeah, Muttaburrasaurus in the original had a similar thing with its inflatable nose that doohickey. Yeah, that's another thing to talk about is like the sound design of the show. I think that's also where Cruel Sea might lose a few points because you don't really get vocalizations from the underwater creatures like you do with basically everything else. Like, I can still hear the Muttaburrasaurus, I can still hear the Coelophysis, I can definitely hear the Ornithochirus and the Allosaurus, and like all that shit. Even the T-Rex roar, I think, is really good. And I can definitely still hear the screams, the pained, horrible screams of the Anatotitan as its throat is being ripped out by the T-Rex. Um, so yeah, I think that does end up losing Cruel Sea a few points. So Walking with Beasts now. Um, New Dawn, I think, is it's pretty memorable, honestly. I really like this episode. Like, I feel like I've rewatched Walking with Beasts more recently than I have Walking with Dinosaurs, which is weird, but like I wanted to rewatch it because I know a lot about Walking with Dinosaurs just like from memory. It's like that guy who could just watch Shrek in his head. Yeah, the outdated Gastornis is probably like arguably the weakest part of the episode, but even then, I feel like as a character, it's pretty strong. Cause like it is this kind of like big scary monster thing, but it's also like this parent that you end up feeling bad for once the ants kill the baby. So it's like there's a nice mix of emotions there. It doesn't feel purely like an antagonist. Um I think again the connective tissue of the leptictidium might be the weakest part of the episode because even if it's on vacation, I think the ambulocetus is like kind of it's like a cool thing to have. It's like I think it's a good showcase of like the early Eocene, right? Even if everything put together isn't exactly accurate. Um hmm, Best antagonist in the whole Walking with series. Um does the villain protagonist of the Basilosaurus count? Cause oh, you know who it is? It was Man all along. That's the best antagonist. Um, I love Whale Killer, but we'll get there after New Dawn. The ending being the big gas leak that the Lepticidium survived just fine, but like kills the Ambulocetus. I'm not sure how I feel about that. That's probably one of the weaker parts of the episode. Um, just because like I don't know if it feels super satisfying as a narrative conclusion, but like I don't know if it's supposed to be. It's just sort of like showcasing a thing that happens in nature. Like, hey, there's these big gas explosions. Yeah, the irony is. I know the irony is rich. Um, where like the Leptoctinium are able to survive because of their small bodies, while the Ambulocetus can't because it's so big and needs more oxygen. Yeah, it's built up throughout the episode. Fuck it, I'm gonna give it an S tier. I think it's good. I think it's really good. Whale Killer. I adore Basilosaurus. I love it so much. Um, I think that the land segments are also pretty interesting. Where like the I think it was Brontotherium. I think it's Embolotherium now. Like the mother having a stillborn calf and like trying to like basically wrestle it away from these Andrewsarchus who are trying to scavenge on it. I think that's really cool. Um, and the Basilosaurus going into like the mangroves to try and hunt the Miratherium, also really cool. Unfortunately, I do think that a lot of the Basilosaurus segments, um, like there is, how do I explain this? There are periods where like not much is happening other than just like, hey, this chick needs to eat soon. But once you get to the ending, that pulls it all together because god damn, the ending is just vicious. I love it so much. Um, I really love the female Basilosaurus just slaughtering all the Durodon and just the music that plays there is awesome. Yeah, the Miratherium getting like stranded on the little island at high tide while the Basilosaurus just circles around it. That's good stuff. Like I honestly feel like that conclusion works better towards the idea of like this is an animal that's basically on its last legs due to the changing climate because like this is the sort of desperate situation that a Basilosaurus is driven to just to like secure the future of its offspring. Um I think it's really good. It's just slowed down a bit. To the point where I might have to put it at the top of A tier, but like my bias towards Basilosaurus and whales in general is showing here. But I think I'll have to divorce myself from that and just put it at the top of A tier. Just because some segments do slow down a bit. Land of Giants, we have the Paraceratherium episode. The Indricathere, as it was called back then. Um, Gosh, I feel like easy S. Okay, because I feel like I don't remember a whole hell of a lot about this episode. I definitely remember like the beginning, and I remember the end. I remember the beginning where it's like the mother basically giving birth in the middle of the night and having to defend her baby from a fuckload of hyenodons that are trying to kill her baby like seconds after it's born. They're trying to spawn camp it. That's really cool. And then the ending where she finds a new mate and then basically chases her baby away, and then it's like cut to a few weeks later, and hey, he's doing just fine on his own right now. Um, I think it's the middle that I just don't remember all that well. I know that there's the Calicatheres. Um, I'm pretty sure one of them ends up getting hunted down by a hyenodon. I think just the representation of species is very interesting in this episode. You got the Paraceratherium, you have the Hyenodon, you have the Entelodonts. Just stuff that you don't really see too often. The Calicatheres, like hell, you tell people about like Cenozoic fauna, a lot of them who haven't seen Walking with Beasts probably aren't going to know that Calicatheres even exist. And they're so weird, and I really like the design of them with like kind of the panda head, but they got like the big like knuckle walking gorilla bodies. They're such weird animals. Um, I almost hope that we get like Cenozoic animals in JW3 just so that we can like get one. Or at the very least, I'd love to see it in a Prehistoric Kingdom. Oh yeah. Yeah, his older brother tries to come back to his mother too, but like she chases him away. It's like, oh yeah, that's gonna happen to him down the line. Um, yeah, I'll give it S tier. Okay, next of kin. I'm not sure. This is another one that like even though I watched this series semi recently, I don't know how well I remember this one. Fuck. I feel like showcasing the like the group structure of the Australopithecus is really interesting and like ending with them using tools to like fend off the Dinophilus, I believe it is, which kind of just like gives um like foreshadowing to the rise of man through their use of tools. Yeah, I feel like when I was younger watching this is probably like my least favorite of the Walking with Beasts episodes. But I do think it's interesting to focus on an early hominid. It turns out it's man. We'll get to it turns out it's man. Um, Probably like B tier then. Um, I remember so much of Half Tooth. Like this is a good ass episode. Does this beat out Giant of the Skies? I don't know. It does have some similarly wonky science, like with the saber-toothed cats out competing the terror birds. But I don't know if that's as bad as Utah raptors, famously named for living in Utah, um, living in Europe. It's also got the fragile saber teeth thing. So I think in that aspect that puts it about on par with Giant of the Sky. So it just comes down to like which story is which story is better and which story is told better. I still might have to give that to Sabretooth. Him like losing his pride and having to win it back and all of his cubs being killed off and fucking the Megatherium, dude. Like this episode single-handedly elevated Megatherium to one of my favorite prehistoric animals because it's so fucking badass. It is so cool. It just fucking one-shots one of the Smilodon brothers. Oh, it's so good. Oh, I really do think it beats out Giant of the Skies in that aspect. Mmm. Good shit. Good shit. And then there's Mammoth Journey. This one has like a lot of interesting depictions of kind of early humans. Cause like I like how the early Homo sapiens are oh it is missing toxodons. They did good with what they had. Um like having the Neanderthal get chased down by the
Free money.
free money. Thank you. By the Elasmotherium. I think it's an Elasmotherium. It's either a Elasmotherium or a woolly rhino. Um, but he like manages to tank the hip just because like his bones are thicker and shit like that. And how the early Homo sapiens are kind of starting the first sort of settlements almost. Just chilling out in the grasslands with the mammoths. But then at the end, you show the I believe it is also again to the Neanderthals. Like, God, that scene of them just driving the mammoth over the cliff, that still sticks with me. That's another one of those things that is like haunting. I don't think it's as haunting as the end of Death of a Dynasty. Okay, it is a woolly rhino. I'm thinking of prehistoric park that has the elasmotherium. Um, but yeah, that's another one of those things that's haunting to me. Yeah, they drove it off a cliff, much like humans treat rats. Um, God, hmm. So now I'm just trying to think of like, I almost feel like humans kind of steal the show here. Cause the mammoths themselves, I don't really remember too much about. Outside of them just like they're kind of just migrating because they need to like well, how do we know it's an ice age? Because of all the ice. Walking with Monsters got ranked here, here, and here. You got the first section, second section, and third section. Unfortunately, Walking with Monsters does not crack S tier. There's a bit of goofy shit in there. Um, I think I'd be happy putting this at the top of A tier, but again, I feel like Man kind of steals the show. Poor Death of a Dynasty, all alone in C tier. But that is what you get for depicting Hell Creek as a volcanic hellscape and designing your T-Rex to look like that. Why it look like that? Why it look like that? Why it look like that? So yeah, that's my Walking With series tier list. I mean, there's no prehistoric park in here. The ending sequence? All right, I'll bump it up to S, above Land of Giants, just because again I don't remember a whole hell of a lot of this one. All right, cool. So that's my Walking With tier list. Sick. Oh yeah, the artist making the T-Rex model left in the middle of making it. Um, yeah, super stacked S tier. That's what you get when you have such a ridiculously good series. Oh, Death of a Dynasty. Right. Yeah, again, the ending sequence is perfect, but I don't know like I don't know if that makes up for everything. Is Death of a Dynasty B tier? Cuz like okay, ignoring the shoddy science and ignoring the weird models. Okay, for one, the ending is fantastic. For two, I actually do like a lot of what's portrayed kind of narratively speaking and in terms of animal behaviors. I think focusing on a T-Rex that's like just trying to raise its children basically is a really interesting approach. Like, we didn't really have anything like that for the rest of the series, as far as I'm aware. Like, the Cynodonts were taking care of their babies, but I don't know if I would really call them the protagonist. Like, the Coelophysis was more the protagonist than anyone, and we had Time of the Titans with the babies were just kind of left behind. Same with the Ophthalmosaurus. Um, yeah, focusing on the breeding aspect of T-Rex. Yeah, I think to stay consistent with my ranking of Giant of the Skies, I think I should bump Death of a Dynasty up to B tier. Okay, I'm satisfied. No C tiers. Nothing in C. I do still think it is the weakest of the Walking with Dinosaurs episodes, but I have been convinced. Cruel Sea gets to A because the music is really good and the Liopleurodon is awesome, and I think that the depictions of the stuff on land, like the Eustreptospondylus and the Rhamphorhynchus, I think that's pretty cool. Even if a lot of it is outdated, and even if the Eustreptospondylus model also isn't all that great. Okay, I'm satisfied now. Now we can watch Sludge. I hope Paleozoic gets more representation maybe in the future. Yeah, we pretty much just had like life on our planet recently, and that's kind of it, huh? I think Surviving Earth is gonna have that's gonna have Paleozoic in it, right? Or am I crazy? Am I crazy? Fuck is this? Top 10 prehistoric creatures you're glad are extinct, parts 1 and 2 by Life's Biggest Questions. Hell yeah, I can. Life's Biggest Questions, top 10 creatures. That's not how you spell creatures. What the fuck is... Anyway, extinct animals that could come back to life. Wait, is that the ones that we shouldn't bring back to life? No, wait, that's most amazing top 10. They're in the playlist? Alright, hold up. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Alright. We got the Chased by Sea Monsters Tylosaurus here. Fuck, we didn't get the Chased by in there. We didn't get Prehistoric Planet. We didn't get any of the Nigel Marven stuff. The Chased by Dinosaurs segment with the Argentinosaurus is probably the weakest among them, unfortunately. Sea Monsters is peak. Oh my god.
Code 3 Sludge Emergency. Sending in the hazmat team.
God damn, $50. Thank you very much. Okay, let's get into this shiz, shall we?
What's happening, guys, and welcome back to Life's Biggest Questions. Last time I saw you, we were breaking down even more
This guy sounds like an actual person. Oh my god.
ways dinosaurs could still exist today.
I don't like the way that T-Rex looked like. That looked like a T-Rex shaped rock. At the very least, the Walking with Dinosaurs T-Rex had good colors on it. Like, what the fuck? Isn't AI, but still slop. 3 years ago. Could still have an AI-generated script. We'll see.
And with these fascinating sea creatures being discovered these days, like the immortal jellyfish or the glass octopus, just a see-through octopus, okay, one has to wonder what used to roam the planet. Well, I'll tell you one thing, they were a lot bigger and a lot scarier. That being said, I'm Taylor McWaters, and here are the top 10 prehistoric creatures.
Oh my god, it's the Gumby Brachiosaurus again. They're back! Also, I'm very sorry, sir, but I feel like your hair just doesn't really work for being against a green screen. That's the Gumby Brachiosaurus. I can't believe they're back.
We're glad are extinct. Kicking off the list at number 10, the Dunkleostus. Now, it may sound
Okay, Dunkleostus. You're missing a whole vowel in there.
silly because it has the word dunk in it, but this thing did not shoot
I'm sorry, what?
Dunkleostus. Now, it may sound silly because it has the word dunk in it, but this thing did not shoot threes. It actually
Good. Excuse you. I believe that Dunkleosteus is balling. Shrunk Dunk? Nah, this was pre-Shrunk Dunk. Now, if he says it's 50 feet long, like the last one, that's not gonna matter.
shot its head out at you in 50 milliseconds. Quite fast. The Dunkleosteus was a...
It shot its head out, yeah, at you in 50 milliseconds. I thought it was like it could close its... It could, like, close its jaws that fast. Not like... Not like... It's not like one of those fish that has, like, the big... Like a sling jaw wrasse, right? I don't think it's like that. At least, I don't think. Maybe something could be said about, like, the suction power that's generated by that. There was a study done that said that, like, yes, Dunkleosteus could close its mouth very, very fast. I don't know why they focus on that, though. Like, oh no, it closes its mouth within 50 milliseconds. Darn, I could have dodged it otherwise. I don't think you are. I don't think you're dodging it. I'm sure to win against Dunkleosteus because my speed is superior.
30-foot-4 long armored fish that originated
34 foot long. Again, even by pre-shrunk dunk standards, I'd say that's pretty goddamn big. Like, I want to say pre-shrunk dunk was like 20 feet long. 20, maybe 25 footer. You know? 34 feet long is big. Yeah, that's too much.
from the Devonian era. Its
True.
fossil was first discovered in 1867 by Dr. David Dunkel. Dunkel, now you're getting it. So
Was it even discovered by him? I thought it was just named in his honor. The metric system for non-Americans, that's about 10 meters. He's saying it's about 10 meters long. Fuck, what's 20, what's 6 meters ish. Pre-shrunk dunk is around 6 meters. Okay, was it actually discovered? Well, it was named by a layman at least. Yeah, discovered by Jay Terrell, a hotel owner and amateur paleontologist. I mean, yeah, it was originally called Dinichthyes. Yeah, wasn't Dunkel like a fossil preparator? If I'm not mistaken. Hold on. What was his name? Wasn't it David Dunkel? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, named to honor David Dunkel, former curator of vertebrate paleontology at the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. Okay, so curator of paleontology, not fossil preparator. I apologize. It's light mode Wikipedia. Is there even dark mode Wikipedia? I don't know. I apologize. But yeah, it wasn't discovered by David Dunkel. It was named in honor of him. So that is wrong. I figured that because I don't think you're actually allowed to name a species after yourself. I originally thought that Lambeosaurus lambii was named after Lambie, like Lambie named it after himself, but it was named in his honor. So yeah, you're not allowed to name a taxa after yourself. You kind of have to hope that someone else names it after you. Stephen Colbert got it with the spider. He got it. He asked for it on TV and was just like, hey, I want a spider named after me. And then he did. One of these days. Then again, I don't want it named after my last name, because that would suck.
400 million years ago, this thing was the king during the ages of fish. It swam confidently in subtropical waters, weighing around 1 ton, and it was kind of a bully, obviously. I mean, look at this thing. It's not his fault, he was born that way. Its massive skull was well equipped with 2 fangs. Each of those fangs had like 2 sharp points, so it almost had 4 fangs. 4 fangs.
Okay, you're not a scientist, I understand that. Okay. So, we've talked about this a lot because Dunkleosteus comes up a lot, like, to the point where I may as well replace Megalodon with Dunkleosteus on the goddamn list. These aren't really fangs, they are certainly not teeth. They are basically just big protrusions of bone, like big sharpened bone, sticking out of Dunkleosteus' face that grind against each other to sharpen one another. So, I understand that you're not a scientist. I mean, I'm not a scientist either. You don't know the proper terminology behind this. That's fine. This is not a good green screen.
2
Anyway.
teeth, a lot of trouble. Those teeth would rub against each other as it grew.
Yeah, again, they're not teeth. Yeah, bone razors. It's horrifying. But, yeah, Dunkleosteus was indeed a toothless predator. Quite interesting.
So as if the massive bonehead wasn't intimidating enough, he's constantly sharpening his teeth, waiting for you. Yikes. If you're looking to gaze into the face of fear, head to the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. They name it Dunk. Go see Dunk. Go say what's up to Dunk. Number 9, Meganeuropsis. Moving.
Meganeuropsis? I haven't heard of this one, but is he talking about Meganeura? Or like a close relative? Meganeuropsis. I'm looking this one up. It is indeed a relative of Meganeura by the looks of things. Yeah, it's a griffin fly. From the Permian, actually. Interesting. So, this was after the Carboniferous. Fascinating. I didn't know that, like, big-ass species of bugs survived after the Carboniferous, but apparently they did. Neat.
Moving over to the insect side of history, ew, these guys had a
Woo! Don't listen to him, Vinny. I think you're beautiful, even though you're not an insect.
wingspan of 30 inches. Insects 2.5 feet wide, flying towards your face. No thank you. Meganeuropsis lived 250 million years ago. They greatly resemble dragonflies, but they weren't. They flew around before.
Hey, he got that right at least, so I can't dock him for incorrect taxonomy. He at least knows the difference between a dragonfly and a griffinfly. Or at the very least, he knows they're 2 distinct things.
Pterosaurs, birds, or bats ever
Also, what?
resemble dragonflies, but they weren't. They flew around before pterosaurs, birds, or bats ever did. The extinct griffin fly was discovered in 1939 in Kansas by a man named Frank Morton Carpenter. He was the insect curator at the Museum of Comparative Zoology at Harvard University.
Okay, he's reading that off of Wikipedia. I don't know why you couldn't read that Dunkleosteus was named in honor of David Dunkel off of Wikipedia, but yeah, I feel like you're reading that off of Wikipedia. Which, fair enough. I read stuff off of Wikipedia, but I usually do that to correct people who are wrong on the internet.
They had teeth, and scientists believe that they were as fast as dragonflies today.
Insects don't really have teeth as far as I'm aware. They do have mandibles, which are the big sort of chewy mouth parts. But they don't have teeth. There is a distinction there. You're 2 for 2 on saying things that didn't have teeth have teeth. This is a consistent thing for you. So yeah, insects and arachnids actually have mandibles. Teeth is somewhere in the family name. Weird.
Teeth and speed plus wingspan equals I'm dead. We're all dead. Fossil remains have
No, you're not. I mean, harmless might be a bit much. Because, like, I'm sure if one of these things bit the hell out of you, it would suck. But it's not going to kill you. Unless it, like, rips your throat out or something, and you're incredibly unlucky. They vomit their stomach acid like flies do. I think a lot of bugs, like a lot of insects and arachnids, do something similar. They mostly just kind of, like, crush the food with their mandibles until it becomes, like, kind of gooey and soupy, and so they can slurp it up with their actual mouths. Like, spiders do the same thing, more or less. Like, when the venom of a spider basically turns its victim's insides into goo, like, then they just kind of slurp it all up. They slurp up the goo.
Have also showed us that these guys would spend some time around water. Imagine being in a kayak and this thing comes and just takes a bite out of your neck. No, I don't want to imagine that. I'm glad these things are gone.
Okay, well, at least he mentioned that it would have to take a bite out of your neck. We're on the same page there.
Save most of the animals, but also don't save all of them, you know? And before we continue on with this scary list, if you want to go ahead and give us a thumbs up, give us a thumbs up for animals that are extinct. What a weird thing to ask, but you know what I'm talking about. Those likes do add up and they give us a lot of support here at the studio to then fire stuff out back at you. It's a circle of life. Hit that thumbs up. You're amazing. Thanks. Back to the list. Number 8, Megalodon. Louis.
We got Megalodon, baby. We got it. Too easy. Too fucking easy. Right, I can't cross off highly outdated facts for the pre-shrunk dunk because it hadn't been shrunk yet. Yeah, don't save the animals I personally don't like. Bleh. Don't like that attitude. Cause, like, there's plenty of animals that I'm not a huge fan of and wouldn't want to meet in a dark alley. I'm not going to say they should go extinct. I'm not going to say that the Humboldt squid should go extinct because they terrify me to my very core. Is he going to be a Megalodon truther? We're 100% going to talk about it. Is he going to... Will we get there?
Louis Agassiz discovered the Megalodon shark for the first time way back in 1843. He was a Swiss-born American naturalist and geologist. Now, he discovered some amazing details about glacier activity and extinct fish. He's brilliant, but one of those extinct fish just happened to be the tooth shark, aka Megalodon, or as Jason...
The tooth shark. Tooth shark, aka Megalodon. No, Megalodon means big tooth, not tooth shark. I'm pretty sure if it was tooth shark, it would be like... It'd be like Pristodon or something like that. I mean, that would be... Well, I mean, there's Carcharodon. Odontopristis. Right. Odonto, that's the... That's the prefix. Because, yeah, Ototus means ear tooth. So, Ototus Megalodon means big tooth, ear tooth. What does Carcharodon mean, actually? Sharp tooth. At least the... Okay, yeah. I trust Wikipedia more than AI overview. So, yeah, jagged / sharp tooth, which, fair enough. So... Back when it was Carcharodon Megalodon, it was sharp big tooth. Now that it's Ototus Megalodon, it is big ear-shaped tooth.
Statham says Megalodon. A little bit more menacing. It lived everywhere in the world but Antarctica, really. It favored warm oceans, but similarly to a great white, it generates heat when it moves. So it can survive most places and therefore kill you in most places.
Okay. I'm pretty sure he's talking about the fact that great white sharks are kinda sorta warm-blooded. But he said it generates heat when it moves. That makes it sound like it's boiling the water around it as it moves. My understanding is that it's kinda the opposite, that Megalodon wasn't really able to travel to colder waters or like thrive in colder waters once the Earth's temperature started lowering during the Ice Age. Um, yeah, most things generate heat when they move. That's kind of one of those laws of physics that I've heard so much about. Um, so yeah, Megalodon wasn't really able to cope with the changing climate in the same way that their prey, whales, could. So the adults did fine, the juveniles that didn't. I could believe that. Yeah, that like the juveniles would have a hard time adapting to um like colder temperatures. Was not wiped out by cold climate. It was a cosmopolitan species. I understand that it's like all around the world. I just didn't realize it was in like colder climates too. Or at least climates that would have ended up being cold.
Arizona donated $5. Thermonuclear shark hours.
Uh yeah, we should really just hook up a bunch of megalodons to a generator. And then bing bang boom, infinite energy. Um yeah, I know that it's like basically all around the world. I just thought it was like kind of restricted to a certain like latitude and longitude, shit like that. The cetotheres went extinct everywhere. I don't know if Megalodon wouldn't be able to adapt to like eating other types of whales is the thing. I mean, it's possible that maybe they just like specialized in this one type of whale, but I don't know. They were around for a while. Um, it's equally possible to think that like whatever conditions ended up killing off the cetotheres ended up killing off Megalodon as well. So I don't know. It's a mystery, but it was likely due to a variety of factors, such as climate change, outcompetition from other predators, and hunting by humans.
The largest recorded megalodon came in at 59 feet, about the same length as a bowling alley. If this
Okay, so we don't really have a largest megalodon, right? We have estimates based on what material we have of them, which is mostly teeth. Almost entirely teeth. I do think there are some megalodon vertebrae, but you're not going to find like a full megalodon skeleton because megalodon, like all sharks, are cartilaginous fish, and you'd have to be the luckiest motherfucker alive to find a megalodon whose entire body got very rapidly buried by sediment to the like degree that some small sharks do. Some small sharks and their ancestors. And also, megalodon length is such a contentious topic. Like, saying that the largest one capped out at 59 feet, I'm pretty sure that's what he was saying there. No. That's a very conservative estimate. I mean, this is 3 years ago. Like, ideas have changed since then about, like, I'm pretty sure this was back when it was still Carcaricles Megalodon instead of Otodus now, so who knows what that's affecting in terms of this thing's length. But yeah, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to make definitive statements on how big Megalodon was. And our current estimates show it as being quite a bit longer, actually. It's kind of a stretchy boy, the Megalodon, as opposed to past depictions, which kind of just depicted as like a sort of chonked up great white in both length and girth.
This thing were still alive today, there's no chance our boy Jay Staith could take it. Its 7-foot wide jaws had plenty of trunk space for a swimmer, and its 5 rows of razor-sharp teeth ensured it didn't get out. Number 7, Arctidus smilus. Lions and tigers.
Okay, that says Simus. Not Smilus. Um, we got Big Bear Boy again. Is he gonna mix it up with Arctotherium? Because they often do.
Tigers and Arctidus smilus, oh my. Also known as the short-faced bear. This thing went extinct only a mere 11,000 years ago. It was the fastest running bear that ever existed, so all
Fastest running bear. Have studies been done on that? Calculations suggested that Arctodus likely had a top speed of 25 to 28 miles an hour. Okay, so studies have been done on this. It seems like just one guy, though. Paul Matthias. Is he listed earlier? I don't know. But at the very least, studies have been done on this, so fair enough for saying this. At least a study's been done on this. Yeah, it could be that they're basing the speed off of relatives adjusted for size, but again, the size means that like you need to put more energy into moving all that extra body, you know what I mean? It's not just like, oh, it's bigger, therefore it has longer legs, therefore it can move faster. You know, you gotta haul that weight around, you know what I mean?
already we have trouble. Its legs were much longer than today's bears. If this thing stood up on its hind legs, it would be about 13 feet tall. That's like 2 of me and a bit. It's nuts. Today's bears also have different shaped toes. Today they have pigeon toes, but back then these guys had straight forward facing feet, so they were athletes. These guys were doing 200-meter hurdles. Biologists conclude that the short-faced bear only ate meat, so it was basically Joe Rogan. And given the fact that it was
I don't know if there is a way to definitively prove that without stomach contents. I would not be surprised if there were stomach contents of Arctodus that like did have some plant material in there, like berries and stuff. Cause like, again, like polar bears are pretty much totally carnivorous bears, but that's because they live in an environment that doesn't really have plant material for them to eat. We've mentioned this before. If you put a bear in a zoo and give them like a pumpkin or something, like they'd be totally fine eating it. They don't care. Just like you can give a lot of herbivorous animals delicious meat and they'll be like, fuck yeah. Nim, 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 nim. Yeah, these guys had scarier toes than modern day bears. That's kind of like, I feel like you're stretching. Like, just say it's a bear that's bigger than normal. The Murray will eat meat if it is given to him, but only if it is covered in spices.
11,000 years ago, I feel very badly for humans that found it. Well, with its powerful nose, realistically, it would be tracking them, so it found them. It needed about 35 pounds of meat a day to survive, so one Christina Ricci ought to do it. That's a lot of porridge for one bear. Number 6, Eurypterida.
Oh, entire clade. Entire clade is one entry. Jesus. Related to Andean bears. I believe so, yes. Or is that Arctotherium? That might be Arctotherium. Yeah, like pretty much all bears, as far as I'm aware, are omnivorous to some degree. So, certainly if, like, offered, like, pandas will eat meat, they'll sometimes catch fish, and hey, piss a panda off enough, it'll still maul you, because it's a fucking bear. And polar bears will eat plants if given the opportunity. People that force their dog to be vegetarian or vegan. We raised this lion entirely off of tofu! The spectacle bear is technically a short-faced bear. Interesting. Very fascinating. So yeah, the entire clade of Eurypterids as one entry. I feel like it's been a while since we've had this.
We look now to the largest scorpion to ever exist.
Incorrect taxonomy. Sea scorpions aren't really scorpions. They're their own thing. They're closer to sea spiders than they are to scorpions, as far as I'm aware.
Part of the arthropod family, insect spiders
At least he can say arthropod.
and crabs, all that gross stuff. It was nicknamed the sea scorpion, and it swam the waters about 450 million years ago.
The entire group of sea scorpions swam around for a very long time. The Eurypterids were very long lasting. They lasted into the Permian. Jesus. Yeah, you're saying like the entire group of Eurypterids, but it sounds like you're only referring to one in particular.
It would be about 8 feet long with their claws swinging another 3 feet out to snip at you. So
Again, you're talking about the entire clade of Eurypterids and saying like, oh, the one that is 8 feet long. That's probably Pterygotus or Jacalopterus. Maybe Pterygotus. Fuck, dude. Because again, like, I have a Eurypterid fossil. It's like that big. You're making it sound like they're all this big, or that there is one animal called Eurypterid. Or rather, Eurypterida.
So an 11-foot sea scorpion is what we're talking
You
about
just said 8 feet.
here. Nice. The first sea scorpion was discovered in 1899 in Melbourne, Australia. You know, the place with all the giant scary stuff? Over there. Number 5, Thylacosmolus.
Oh, me, dude. That was... Oy vey. That was rough. Again... Okay, I've heard a few people say Thylacosmolus at this point. I still say Thylacosmilus. Again, this is such a small animal. It's got big chompers. It's so small. It's so small. This is like, I want to say the size of an ocelot, maybe. Like... Yeah, Thylacosmilus. Yeah, this is not a big animal. I don't think it's harmless. You really wouldn't be in too much danger from it. This is like maybe a clouded leopard in terms of size. But yeah, it's also not a cat. It's a Metatherian or something. Very strange animals. So I wonder what he'll say about this to gas it up, because again, this is like the size of a clouded leopard.
I saw an opossum a couple weeks back, like outside in real life. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I had no idea what the f I was looking at for numerous minutes.
An opossum? Bro, it's an opossum. There's not much that looks like them in North America. Unless you saw like a big gray rat. And it has to be a big ass rat, because opossums are huge. What does that have to do with anything? Well, an opossum being a marsupial is actually a fairly close relative of Thylacosmilus, since Thylacosmilus is a Metatherian mammal, which are relatively close to marsupials, and I think maybe monotremes. But yeah, that is technically a through line, but I don't know if he realizes that. I think he's just saying, hey, that's like a normal animal and I didn't know what it was, but this thing, I really don't know what it is because it looks weird. It's got big chompers.
Marsupials are fascinating but odd creatures to see with your own two eyes. But back 5 million years ago, they were much more of a threat and a little bit scarier looking.
Okay, so he does realize that. He does realize the connection he's made there. So that is something. I don't think that Thylacosmilus was like a full-on marsupial. I think it's just in the group, like Rosie is saying, that includes marsupials. Yeah, like, is he getting this confused with the marsupial lion? Yeah, the Thylacoleo? Is he getting that mixed up? Because, like, hold up, how big was this one? I feel like this one also wasn't huge. Um, yeah, that's like big dog sized, at least. Compared to, like, clouded leopard ocelot size. So yeah, like they do have fairly similar names because they have the same like root at the beginning of their name. So I don't know if he's getting them mixed up. Like again, this is a Metatherian, so it's in the same group as marsupials, but it's not a marsupial itself. I don't know if he realizes that. I don't know if he's getting it confused with Thylacoleo.
Thylacosmolus looks a lot like a saber tooth, but it was part of a group called Sparassodonts, a cousin to our marsupials now.
Okay.
Its name
This is what I get for pausing the video. I'm going all EFAP on you guys. I apologize.
translates to terrible pouched knife, which sounds excellent, and it used to live in what's now South America. Elmer Riggs discovered the remains in 1920, and only recently have we figured out that it wasn't a cat, although it might look quite similar. Its teeth are intimidating, but this beast didn't have incisors. Its lower jaws weren't fused together either. These teeth were triangular in shape like a claw rather than a flat blade-like tooth. Either way, I'm happy not having this thing take a bite near my neck. Let's keep it that way. Go away.
I don't think he mentioned how small it was. Again, this is a tiny animal. It'd have to really jump to get your neck.
Stay in history. Number 4, T-Rex.
T-Rex? No way! I'm surprised this is number 4. They really hate stuff bodies. To be fair, I have weird feelings around my neck area, right? Like, no, that chin's bone, all right. Like, if people touch my neck, I feel weird about that. And like, whenever I see a bee, this is a weird thing for me. I'm always very concerned about it stinging the back of my neck in particular, because that's like my blind spot, right? And so if a bee lands on the back of my neck, I'm like, what the get off. Don't go to my don't go to the back of my neck because I can't see that. That is a weird kind of thing that I have. I don't know why.
Of course, we have to mention a T-Rex on a list of creatures we're glad went extinct. Tiny arms, massive head, loud scream. We've seen Jurassic Park. Come on.
What the fuck? There is a lot that's been going around about like, oh, dinosaurs couldn't roar, and that kind of has mutated into this weird idea that dinosaurs couldn't vocalize at all. But saying that T-Rex was like screaming loudly is, I think, going into a bit of the former there. I have no doubt in my mind that these would have been vocal animals, but like, the idea of a T-Rex like roaring as it attacks you is silly. It's very silly. Why would it roar as it's attacking you? That just gives away its position. That's silly. And seriously, what the fuck is this, like, King Kong looking ass? We got, like, the Visatosaurus over here.
About 70 million years ago, this big fella would roam what is now North America.
No. I want to say T-Rex showed up around, like 2 or 3 million years before the end of the Cretaceous, so he's a few million years early on that. So yeah, I think T-Rex showed up like 67 million years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe, yeah, 67. So yeah, that's not entirely correct. You're off by a few million years there.
And on average, it would be about 20 feet tall, 8 tons, stretching a haunting 40 feet long, and its jaws are the main bread and butter here. We laugh at
Okay, 20 feet tall. I don't think that's quite right. I want to say this is around 15 feet tall at the hips, around like giraffe-ish height, maybe even a bit shorter than that. I have like seen a T-Rex in person now. I've seen Sue at the Field Museum. I don't think it was 20 feet tall though. I want to say like 15, maybe 13 feet tall. At the head? The head's not all that much higher than the hips though. Okay, well this says 12 to 20 feet. But that's Google. So, what the fuck do you know? There we go. Tyrannosaurus could have exceeded sizes of 43 feet in length and 12 to 13 feet in hip height. So, yeah, 20 feet is a bit of an overestimate.
For this thing for not having long arms, as if it even matters. 50 to 60 razor sharp.
Hey, at least he just basically said, hey, the head thing meant that the tiny arms didn't matter, which, thank fucking God. I'm sick of talking about T-Rex's tiny arms.
Serrated teeth about 9 inches long would help it digest 500 pounds of meat in
9 inches long is honestly a bit of an underestimate because, like we've talked about this before, the T-Rex teeth at the longest, roots included, could get around a foot long, I want to say.
one serving. Henry Farfield Osborn
Oh
sounds
boy, Farfield. Henry Fairfield Osborn. Is he gonna say he discovered or described it?
like a Marvel villain. He's actually the
Okay, fair enough.
president of the American Museum of Natural History, and he named the behemoth back in 1905.
Okay, just named it.
The name T-Rex comes from the Greek and Latin words meaning tyrant lizard king.
So we had the Papo Rex. We had it. It was there. We can't even escape it in the Sludge videos. I just realized he looks like Gautier. Doesn't he a little bit? He looks like somebody that I used to know. Well, we didn't get much about our good friend of the channel, Henry Fairfield Osborn. Unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately. I see Gautier in there.
If you thought the only lizard king was Godzilla, think again. Number 3, Elasmosaurus.
Should I really be glad that Elasmosaurus is extinct? Yeah, did I have to cut him off so many times in this video? I feel like Elasmosaurus is really one of the more... This wouldn't be that much of a threat to people. The only time I've ever seen Elasmosaurus be really threatening, even in like a paleo documentary, is in that one episode of Dinosaur Planet with the Pyroraptor, where he's got washed up by a tsunami and he's floating on the log with his sister, and the plesiosaur just comes out of the water, eats his sister, and then fucks off. People were small enough for it to eat? Alright then. I suppose it could be a bit of a threat, but like, I'd put a pliosaur on the list instead because it's more like obviously macro-predatorial. As opposed to Elasmosaurus, who like, if you gave it enough fish, it'd be fine.
First discovered in 1868, a military doctor in Kansas found this creature's fossil, passed it along to American paleontologist Edward Cope, who named it the plesiosaur. Its next
No. Plesiosaurs were already known from British fossils, I believe, including ones found by Marianning. Cope, I mentioned this in the most recent JB2 Challenge video. Cope was able to correctly identify the fossils as belonging to a plesiosaur. That didn't stop him from putting the head on the wrong fucking end of it. But he didn't, like, name the entire clade of plesiosaurs, and he didn't name this thing plesiosaur. He named it Elasmosaurus. At least I'm pretty sure he was the one who named it. I want to say Cope named it and described it. He definitely reconstructed it.
that contained 71 vertebrae, and it was super long, which came in handy during those deep dinner dives. And when I say long, the Elasmosaurus was about 50 feet in length, so it didn't need to get that close to the surface of the water.
I don't know if that's correct. I think 50 feet is a bit of an overestimate. I want to say Elasmosaurus is like 40 feet long. I can look it up. Okay, 34 feet in length. So that is definitely an overestimate. But we already have wild size overestimate, so fuck it, right? Um, Watching these reaction sludge videos is so much more rewarding compared to the VTubers I try to watch react to stuff. Unfortunately, I say this as someone who does watch VTubers. Sometimes the reactions are a little bit vapid, but for the corpo ones, well, actually, I don't know how many corpo ones are even allowed to react to stuff. Maybe like Pippa, but does Face Connect really count as a corporation that doesn't do things besides sell coffee? Well, I guess there's, like, Henya, too, but she's not part of a corpo anymore. Not anymore! Oh god, V Shoujo has just collapsed in an instant. Dear god. Anyways.
Water to get some air. There's people out there that actually believe that the Loch Ness Monster is just one of these things still lurking about.
I had to get rid of the cryptid one. God damn it. I had to get rid of it. I feel like a dumbass now because he's talking about the Loch. Like, I thought he'd be a Megalodon truther, but now he's going to the Loch Ness Monster.
Its teeth were sharp enough to eat anything that it could fit into its mouth. And just
which was not much because it had a very small head.
2 years ago, scientists have unearthed the largest known elasmosaur. This thing has been sitting there since the Cretaceous period, waiting for us. And I sure hope we don't find any more, because one water dragon is enough for me.
You hope we don't find any more? Go fuck yourself. Fuck you. As a paleontology enthusiast, I say fuck you. In the nicest way possible. Yeah, at least he just said that others believe it could be the Loch Ness Monster. He's not like saying, oh, it could still be out there. Because, like, again, I've said it before, the Loch Ness Monster does not exist. I'm very sorry, it just doesn't.
Number 2, Leopleurodon. Translate.
Oh, are we going to get the 80-foot long one? Come on.
To smooth-sided teeth, the
True.
Leopleurodon was anything but a smooth sailor. It was a massive marine reptile from the Mesozoic era discovered in the 19th century. It was excavated in France back in 1873, and all they had was 3 teeth, hence the smooth nickname. But when it was featured in 1999's Walking with Dinosaurs BBC series, it was shown as this massive 80-foot-long pilosaur. But they were based...
Pilosaur? Come on, man. How far away is your script that you misread that? And yeah, like saying that it was not a smooth sailor, that's just kind of weird. You could say that it would, like, make a voyage anything but smooth sailing, but, like, I guess that's a bit more of a stretch. But even then, like, I imagine this thing would have been rather graceful in the water. Yeah, a pilosaur. You rest your head on it and go...
basing that size off of its skull, which we now know is much larger than the rest of its body.
No, that's not what happened at all. Okay. So what happened with the Walking with Dinosaurs Leopleurodon is that they based it off of fragmentary material that was originally attributed to a giant unknown pliosaur. But it was later determined that this was most likely attributed to a sauropod instead. So they attached the name Leopleurodon to it because it was a relatively well-known British pliosaur at the time. Like, I think even they knew that they were stretching by calling this thing a Leopleurodon. But they had to give it a name besides just, like, pliosaur. Even though I think with the Paraceratherium, they just called it an Andricothere the whole episode. So, what the fuck ever. Yeah. Saying that they based it off of the skull, like, I see where you're coming from there, because proportionally speaking, the skull of pliosaurs is quite large compared to that of other plesiosaurs. But, you're kind of like, the way I would read that if I didn't know better was that I would think that, oh, they must have thought that this was like one of the long-necked plesiosaurs. And so they just like kind of said that, oh, this big ass head must have been on the body of a big ass plesiosaur. Like, imagine this head, but it's on like an elasmosaur. That animal would be enormous. That's basically what people were thinking of with something like Dinosaurs back when it was just arms. It's like maybe this was a giant, like 50-foot long dromaeosaur or something. Before we know it is what it is now, which is a silly creature. Yeah, pilosaurs bait in their prey by being really comfy and soft.
It's normal. Pliosaurs were the apex predators.
Well, now you just said it correctly.
In Europe. 160 million years ago, most of it was covered in shallow water, and it used its 4 flipper feet to stalk its prey, and researchers believe that its snout was a key asset in hunting.
Well, yeah. It don't got hands.
They didn't have any gills, so they did need to come up for air every now and then. But imagine seeing that today. I see a turtle in the water, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna wait it out for a bit. Number 1.
You're scared of everything, dude. Well, number 1's Titanoboa. And yeah, calling the flippers feet, you're not technically wrong. They are modified feet, but now they're flippers. Like, would you call a penguin's flippers hands? Would you call them hands? Would you call them its long fingies? No, not really. Yeah, like, obviously its snout would have been instrumental in hunting because, well, it's got to eat. It needs to eat with its face. How many of these were just like slightly bigger things of animals that exist today? Yeah, like basically a big dragonfly, big shark, big bear, and big snake. So like half the list. He's got megalophobia, dude.
1. Titanoboa. I'm not a snake guy. I'll start by saying that. Spiders.
All right, I always forget that people are like irrationally afraid of snakes. I always forget that because, like, I'm not. And so I forget that's the case for other people, that they're like, a lot of people are genuinely horrified by snakes. That is completely out of my depth. I'm not scared of snakes at all. There are snakes that I would, like, you know, give a respectable distance to and not go anywhere near, but I'm not like scared of them. So like, yeah, I consistently forget that.
Sure, whatever. Snakes? Get lost. I don't like the way they wrap their body around you and squeeze like anacondas. It's so scary. But
I don't like how snakes wrap around you and squeeze like anacondas. I know what you mean by that, but the way you word that sentence makes it sound like anacondas aren't snakes.
60 million years ago, the movie Anaconda would have been a lot shorter. The movie would have been like 6 minutes long. In 2004, its remains were discovered after an excavation of a coal mine in Colombia. It was found in rock dating back to 60 million years ago. And after studying several of its fossils, scientists believe the average size was 50 feet long and 3 feet wide. That's
about accurate, yeah.
The largest known predator on the planet after dinosaurs went extinct until 40 million years later when the megalodon popped up. That's a pretty...
It was the largest one until megalodon popped up? You're not giving enough credit to Basilosaurus, my guy. Basilosaurus was enormous. I don't know. I don't think that Basilosaurus was contemporary with Titanoboa. I think it came along later. Even then, the really big prehistoric sea snake, that was also fucking huge after Titanoboa went extinct. What the hell was that one called? Giant extinct sea snake. Paleophis, that's the one. Yeah, this thing was like up to 40 feet long. But like after Titanoboa went extinct, hold on, when is this from? Yeah, so this is post-Titanoboa. This lives in a post-Titanoboa world. And even then, so is Basilosaurus. Yeah, that is about 20 million years later, and it was about 60 feet long. That's big. That is a big animal. And then, I know Perucetus must have shrunk by this point, because I knew from the start, yeah, around the same size as Basilosaurus, just like chunkier. I knew from the start it would get shrunk. I I feel bad for saying that, but once they were like, "Oh man, this thing might be bigger than a blue whale," I was just like, "They're gonna shrink it. I know they are. It's an overestimate. They're gonna do it." So yeah, um, Megalodon was obviously a very large predator. I want to say in terms of length, certainly, it probably would have been bigger than Basilosaurus. Um, I don't know about weight, just because like, uh, shark weight is weird as far as I'm aware. But anyway, yeah, saying that Titanoboa was the largest predator until Megalodon existed is not exactly accurate.
Large window to be ruling the earth. Next time you see a garter snake, imagine it's the size of your garage, and then
Wait, did he say that's a long window to be ruling the Earth? How long was Titanoboa even around for? He said it was like 60 million years. God damn it. I just gotta keep Google open this entire time. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, this lasts for 2 million years. At least. Um, what would Titanoboa be eating? Well, it lived in a sort of swampy area, so the idea is that it probably would have been eating, like, crocodilians. There is a pretty good statue of one. He showed it earlier in the video, yeah. Where it's eating a big old crocodile. They could have also been eating, like, large fish and stuff like that. Pretty similar to what modern-day anacondas would be eating, just on a larger scale. Um, so yeah, a long time ruling the Earth, that's 2 million years. It's very, very strange. Very strange way to phrase that.
have a panic attack, like I did scripting this list. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Those are the top 10 prehistoric creatures we're glad we don't have to deal with today. But before you head out, drop us some...
True story. I once was at a Petco. A guy shows up with, I believe, a ball python, and I asked the guy if I could touch the snake. My mom would stay 2 feet away from me until I washed my hands, lol.
Yeah, that's just the kind of shit that does not, that just doesn't register in my brain. Like, I won't even be near someone if they've recently touched a snake without washing their hands. Like, are you scared of snake germs? Are you scared of getting bitten? Are you scared I'm going to turn into like a were snake? What are you worried about? What exactly are you worried about? But again, it's just one of those completely irrational fears that I just don't understand at all. But I often forget that these irrational fears even exist because I'm just nowhere near that. I sometimes turn into a were snake. I'm a snake. I'm a snake. Scared of balloons? Okay, balloons, I honestly do. I'll be real, I understand a fear of balloons more than I understand a fear of snakes. Right? Because, like, when you're a little kid and you, like, pop a balloon and there's just this loud, deafening boom, and it's very fast and very startling and very loud, then it's just like, that can instill a fear in you. How many people genuinely have, like, a really bad fear or like a really bad childhood experience with snakes? I feel like that is a very learned fear from, like, your parents, right? Because, like, you're a very small and impressionable child and you see your parent react to a snake in a certain way. They're just like, like, you know, fucking bass fishing productions, just looking at literally anything and be like, what the fuck is that? It looks like an alien, you know, that kind of shit. If you're an impressionable child and you see that sort of thing, then it's like, yeah, that's gonna impact your like psychological development in a way that makes you fucking terrified of snakes. And honestly, like balloons are, it sounds silly, but they're like a similar case. It's like being scared of the toaster. Sometimes the toaster pops when you least expect it and it scares you, and like your brain registers that. Your brain keeps it in your head. Scared of spiders because my older cousins were afraid of spiders. See, there you go. That's the kind of like learned fear sort of thing. Like when I was a small impressionable child, I watched shitloads of The Crocodile Hunter, and so I wasn't afraid of any kind of animal. I only ended up afraid of animals that I learned about after watching The Crocodile Hunter, and that pretty much just boils down to Humboldt squids. Because it's just like, they're mean. They're mean animals, and they don't like you. They want nothing to do with you, except your death. Hominids are predisposed to be scared of snakes. Even chimps and gorillas are terrified of them. Well, that at least makes sense in like a sort of monkey brain way, because like if you see a venomous snake, then obviously you want to avoid it. And it's hard to tell in that monkey brain state what kind of snake is venomous, so it's easier to just like avoid all kinds of snakes. But anyway, let's move on to part 2. Because he's just gonna say, hey, like and subscribe and shit. And I'm not gonna, I don't care.
What's happening, all you curious cats and kittens? Welcome back to life's biggest questions. While it's sad to be alive to witness all these animals going extinct, there's still some from millions of years ago we're probably glad we don't have to shoo off of our doorstep. They were pretty terrifying.
I would hate to shoo a Tyrannosaurus off of my doorstep, or a Saurolophus. Also, yeah, did you just call us kittens? I'm not your Discord kitten. Get the fuck out of here. Hey.
And a lot bigger and scalier and wet. For some reason, they're always wet. This is a part 2. You know exactly why you're here. I'm Taylor.
He has a dragonfly tattoo on his arm. And he put, like, basically a giant dragonfly. I know that they're not super closely, like, they're distantly related. But, like, in terms of appearance, it looks like a big-ass dragonfly. And, he basically put a giant version of his tattoo on the last list. Very mysterious. Anyway, yeah, I don't think this is from that much longer after the first video. Yeah, maybe it's an antlion. There you go. Yeah, as long as the tattoo of a dragonfly on his arm is small, then it's okay. So, maybe it is just a case of megalophobia.
Waters, and here are 10 more prehistoric creatures we're glad went extinct. Let's get anxious. Kicking off the list at number 10, there is a Dinosaurus. There is or there isn't, because that name is misleading. No, they've been
That was a clunker of a joke, dude. God damn. Jesus. Ooh. Ooh. You can tell that AI did not write that joke. That can only come from a person. So, I think we got a real script on our hands, folks. So
been dead for 75 million years. They're for sure gone. There is a Dinosaurus.
okay, I was gonna say, like, the name is misleading, but it means scythe lizard, but he's just making a joke about how there is no Saurus, and that is not misleading because they are definitely dead. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, so Therizinosaurus. Continue. He's got like kind of a big hairy ass here.
One name, also known as the reaping lizard, it was first discovered in
I can see where you got that from, but it's the scythe lizard. I mean, scythes are known for reaping. And of course, the Grim Reaper carries his scythe and shit like that. But, yeah, it is scythe lizard because its giant claws look like the heads of scythes. And, hey, they served a pretty similar function in, like, get all this food, get all this plant food into my face. Yeah, this isn't a very flattering depiction of Therizinosaurus. Oh yeah, Visa censoring games. Like, bro, Visa and MasterCard are weird about this sort of shit. Like, they really don't want you spending your money on pornography. Like, they're doing it to, like, 18 plus games and shit like that, and, like, everyone is very worried about, like, the obvious slippery slope that's gonna come of this, where, like, MasterCard and Visa can just say, hey, we don't want you to spend your money on this, and therefore you won't be able to. Yeah, it's super fucking weird. I don't get it at all. You're fairly certain that's not legal? They don't care, because they control the flow of money in the entire world. So, like, if they extend the control that they have over to basically whatever the fuck they want and not just, like, this one thing that they're weirdly prudish about, then that is basically the death of our artistic society. No thank you. Please do not. Anyways.
in 1948. It could grow up to 10 meters long and weighed about 5 tons. Quite the unit, but the feature that stands out the most on this long neck, raptor-looking dinosaur is its massive claws. The thing's got baseball mitts for hands. It's quite intimidating. This is
Baseball mitts? You make it sound like there's skin in between the claws. That is such a weird description. Like, I've heard people describe it as like Freddy Krueger or like Wolverine. Those make more sense. Baseball mitts is just weird. Why would you say it like that?
This is where the Greek gods got the name from. Therizo means to reap or to cut off. This was the Freddy Krueger of dinosaurs.
Why didn't you just... Oh. I keep pausing this guy at bad times, apparently. But, like, why would you say baseball mitts in the first place? That's so fucking weird. Yeah, Edmontosaurus has baseball mitts for hands because they're, like, all the fingers and shit are fused together. Also, he's saying, like, the ancient Greeks got their name. He's like, again, I know what he's saying, sort of, but he's making it sound like ancient Greek people discovered this dinosaur. And not like they didn't just come up with the root, for, like the word scythe, or reap, or whatever. Like, he's really sticking with the reap thing. I know it means scythe. Does it not? Yeah, scythe lizard. Scythe, not reap. A scythe is a thing that reaps.
Now, although its choice of meal was always a salad, it didn't shred animals up unless it had to in self-defense, in which it was probably pretty easy. They would just be like, hee, and then it's gone. Or a bunch of plants, hee, there we go, we're eating. The first fossil was discovered.
Again, obligate herbivory is basically a myth, but I don't think that means that Therizinosaurus was going around hacking up anything it could find just to, like, get a bit of extra meat into its diet. It would be more like the depiction of the Megatherium in Walking with Beasts, where it just like scavenges off a carcass and fucking butchers a Smilodon that gets too close to it because, hey, fuck you, I'm eating. He.
Discovered in the late 1940s from a Soviet Mongolian fossil expedition, and they found the claws first, which must have been pretty intimidating because for 10 years they really had no idea what this creature was that these claws belonged to. In the early 50s, they found more bones, and eventually the pieces of the puzzle fit together, and they realized that it wasn't a turtle like they originally thought. I also love that.
That is true. That is also where the species epithet for Therizinosaurus comes from. It's like Therizinosaurus chileniformis, which basically means like it is in reference to the fact that they thought it was a turtle. But I originally heard in Chased by Dinosaurs from Nigel Marven that the claws were thought to be the ribs of a big turtle, but no, apparently they did still think they were claws. They just thought they were turtle claws, which I don't know how you do that. I guess that's just paleontology in the 50s for you. But yeah, they did originally think that this is a big ass turtle rather than a dinosaur.
Concept art. That would have been a pretty cool turtle, but alas, it's just a larger, much more terrifying dinosaur. And before we continue on with this list, if you're loving all this dinosaur goodness, click that thumbs up. Let's give a thumbs up for the fact that none of these still exist. That's a good sign. Let's
I
keep this
hate
going.
things
Number
existing.
9, Helicoprion.
Yep.
Perhaps one of the weirdest sea creatures to exist about 250 million years ago. This looks like a shark, but scientists now know that it was actually related to chimeras, which is a fish that separated from the shark fam about 400 million years ago.
Wow, fucking points. He actually pointed out where it's closest to, phylogenetically speaking. I never see that. I never fucking see that. God damn, dude. Like, hey, you're very happy that this thing is extinct, which I'm not, but points for actually getting that right.
This 25-foot-long fish was first discovered by Andrei Zarpinsky in Russia back in 1889. He got the name Helicoprion because it translates to spiral saw. This guy found teeth fossilized in a spiral formation, which is wild to find that. He must have been scratching his head for weeks. Paleontologists all agree today that this was not part of a fin. It wasn't a wacky spinal cord like somebody who I'm talking about later on in this list. Its teeth coiled up and it was
Okay, I'm gonna guess he's talking about Spinosaurus. I would appreciate if you would show like visual examples of previous reconstructions of Helicoprion that were trying to basically rationalize what the world was, because there were some depictions that basically had it like on the back of the dorsal fin as like this long kind of spindly structure. There were ones that like did correctly identify it as teeth, but like had it as like kind of just a big spiral like on the chin, more or less, where like all the teeth were jutting out at all times. There were loads of different depictions like this until eventually we came to the reconstruction that we generally have today, which is quite a bit different.
attached to the lower jaw of the fish, and its snap was the same power roughly as a crocodile. So new teeth would form, and then in turn these spirals would get longer and longer and coil in. Adult fish would have 4 rotations in their mouths.
Are we doing the same thing again where we're saying that like the teeth are like as they grow they shrink into the spiral? Because that's still not how it works. For fuck's sake. Like, I don't know if that's what he's saying because he said it weird, but I feel like that's what we're going for here. Yeah, the one fucking video that tells us we should be happy that thylacines are extinct. Like, go fuck yourself. I want to punch you in the dick.
And I thought an ingrown toenail was uncomfortable. This, oh my god, I couldn't even imagine. No thanks. Number 8, dire wolves. If you're from...
Oh, good. Good news. They're not extinct anymore. Totally. They're coming for the MOA next. Get ready for an emu. That's just kind of big, I guess. Is they fucking AI generate more images of it on their Twitter. Oh god. Colossal is going to be just like the grift that kills de-extinction. We're gonna get a big-ass emu in a couple of years, and they're gonna be like, see, we brought the Moa back. No, you fucking didn't. What are chimeras exactly? Chimeras are a type of deep-sea fish. They're also called ratfish. I believe they are also cartilaginous fish, much like sharks and rays. They're just kind of their own really weird offshoot. They're like their own thing. They are very strange animals, which is like why they have been given the name chimeras, just because like they're really weird. Kind of like the chimeras of ancient myth, which were like just weird animals, I think kind of mashed together. Chimera fish. There we go. I don't know how to spell it. I'm not good at spelling stuff. Yeah, I think they're also called like ghost sharks. They're super weird. They're very strange. Look at that. I love his snoot though. He's like, what? I love them. They're so freaky. Yeah, they primarily live in the deep sea, which is like why you don't really hear about them much.
South Westeros, this one might hit close to home. About 10,000 years ago, which is pretty close compared to all the other animals on this list, dire wolves were still a thing. Now, if you've watched Game of Thrones, which you should have, if you haven't, go watch.
Oh man, when when did season 8 come out? Oh man, I feel like that was long enough ago that should be dated. Highly outdated fact. You should watch Game of Thrones. If you haven't watched it, don't bother. The ending is awful. Oof. Oof, that's the most outdated thing said in this video. Season 8 was 2019. We're 2 years after the ending of Game of Thrones, and you're still recommending it to people? Oh my god. Oh, that's ridiculously outdated.
Watch it. Go watch the whole show after you're done this. Yeah, easy.
Go watch the whole show. Definitely don't stop at like season 4. Maybe season 5 if you're feeling generous.
You're probably nodding your head right now, or getting tissues, maybe both, I don't know. Dire wolves come in at around the same size as a gray wolf today, so it's not like a mega wolf with 3 heads or anything insane. There's no teeth coming out of its neck, but it did weigh a lot more. It was eating pretty good.
It was around the same size as a modern gray wolf, but it weighed a lot more. That's not what size means. I'm pretty sure dire wolves were, at the very least, in terms of like height or length, they were a bit bigger than modern day gray wolves. Not by a lot, but they were bigger. And they did way more. That you're basically describing almost like a fatter gray wolf. At best, a more muscular one. So,
jaws were much stronger, so crushing animal bones or humans weren't really a problem. They would actually hunt down and eat horses. Yeah, you know, like horses. After studying
I've never heard of a horse before.
their teeth, that was their go-to snack. Currently, if you're in the market for seeing 400 dire wolf skulls, head to the Page Museum in Southern California. They found hundreds of thousands of these things in the La Brea tar pits.
La Brea. Come on, man. That's not hard to say. Oh, this is after the paper that said they weren't wolves? Oh, oh wait. Highly outdated fact. We had incorrect taxonomy. I didn't realize we didn't have highly outdated facts yet. I'm counting both of these as one video because it's a part 1 and 2, by the way. I don't know if we had the biggest ever. Oh wait, yeah, we did, because it was the Titanoboa was the biggest predator ever, until Megalodon showed up, and we have Megalodon. Uh, we don't. I don't know if we have misleading video title, because like he is at least trying to showcase dangerous animals, even if I think one of them hasn't been very dangerous. Um, if we get to an animal that we're definitively like not glad to be extinct, like if we get a thylacine on this list, yes, we'll cross this one off, because again, to clarify, this one is going to be replaced by misleading video title. Overhyping an animal. I don't know if we've gotten that yet.
Direwolves and saber-toothed cats would get stuck in these pits, and then depending on who's stuck that day, the ladder would then come along, eat them, and then unbeknownst to them, they were actually walking into their own similar fate. It's just people going in, eating, sinking, going in, eating, sinking. It's horrible. Number 7.
Yeah, it's a predator trap.
Arthropleura. These creepy crawlies translates to jointed ribs, which sounds so gross off the bat. Okay.
It's like Santana. The one thing that Santana can do that the other Pillar Man can't. He's just like, I could do ribs. Ow.
Arthropleura were these gigantic millipedes. How gross. They would grow up to 6 feet long.
Again, I have to rationalize that people just don't like some things. Like, people will look at a millipede and be like, ew, gross, icky, yuck. Like, even though I'm not really bothered by them, for something like a house centipede, I can at least get that. They have these super long, spindly legs, and they're really, really fast. Millipedes are so chill. Like, they're very chill and slow moving, and they don't bother you. The worst thing they can do is just kind of smell bad in your general direction. The worst they can be is a little bit stinky.
Long, it was the largest known invertebrate to this day, thankfully.
Largest known invertebrate? No, you are incredibly wrong about that. Not even the largest known arthropod, because again, that was Jacalopterus. Largest known invertebrate has got to be the giant or colossal squid, depending on whether or not you're measuring by length or weight. If you're measuring by length, it is giant squid with the feeding tentacles extended. If you're measuring by weight, it is the colossal squid. Fuck. Even then, by length, largest invertebrate, like, if you want to go by length, longest invertebrate, that could be like the lion's mane jellyfish. Those things' tentacles get like 100, 200 feet long. I'm pretty sure there's some ridiculously long siphonophores too. But I don't know how you count those, because they're kind of like multiple organisms acting as one unit, sort of. Not really like a single animal. Siphonophores can get to 50. Okay. 50 meters? Oh my god. Okay. 150 feet long. Okay, siphonophores are ridiculous. Holy shit. This is why we use weight to measure largest animals now, by the way. Bootlace worm. 180 feet long. Oh my god. So yeah, if you're going by length, you are completely wrong. If you're going by weight, you're still very wrong. What is the heaviest invertebrate? I'm pretty sure it's the colossal squid. Let's go ever. Okay, it's fucking Triassic Kraken. No, Triassic Kraken does not exist. So yeah, we're colossal squid. Half a ton. May be about 1,500 pounds. That is closer to a ton. Yeah, these are enormous animals. And even then, if you're saying arthropods, you are wrong because Pterygotus exists. It's bigger than Arthropleura. Now, Arthropleura, I think it's safe to say, is the largest land-based well, actually, yeah, probably land-based invertebrate. Because, like, in the ocean, everything's gonna get bigger. Certainly by weight. By length, there's probably some really long worms out there, too. And definitely the largest land-based arthropod. Not the largest invertebrate. And, like, if we didn't have the biggest ever checked off, then we certainly do now.
There's nothing bigger than this, so you can throw up once and then you're good. It ruled all over the arthropods, so any other spider, insect, crustacean was nothing compared to this horror. They roamed the land
Ruled over all the other...
during the
whatever.
Paleozoic period, and they would crawl around at much higher speeds than today's millipedes, which is alarming because those things literally will go around your house in like 1 minute. And they
Millipede? He's confusing them with centipedes. He's confusing millipedes with centipedes. You're not AI, but you got confused and mixed up two different animals there. You were confusing millipedes for centipedes. I know you're confusing them for house centipedes. Jesus Christ.
They ate decomposing organic matter, so no, they wouldn't gobble you up if you went back in time, don't worry. The reason all these monster bugs got
Like, yeah, like millipedes do, not like centipedes, which you're thinking of. I don't know if this is overhyping because he's just saying it was moving fast, which, I'll be real, I don't think it really was. Like faster than a house centipede. Because, like, I know that it would have moved faster than, like, a millipede because, hey, those things can only move so fast. But, like, if you see house centipedes move, they zip. They really fucking move. I think if you are, like, talking about top speed instead of sustained speed, then I think a house centipede would beat out an Arthropleura. But if you talk about sustained speed, then I guess an Arthropleura would be faster. I don't know. Measuring the speed of a myriapod is kind of fucking weird in terms of, like, hey, how scary is this thing? But I guess that's just for the people who get creeped out by, like, bugs moving super fast, which again is just one of those things where it's like that. I mean, sometimes it can bother me, but only when I'm, like, right up in the bug's face, more or less. Wasn't that fast considering its size? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, if you compare that to the speed of a modern millipede, who are, like, just barely cruising along there, then, like, yeah, just by nature of being so much larger and having longer legs, it would have been moving faster. But he's saying, I know that he's saying compared to a house centipede, which I don't think it was.
so large, by the way, was because 300 million years ago, oxygen made up 30% of the air, whereas now we're only sucking in 21%. We're getting hand-me-down bug air, which is awesome. So,
oh boy, the oxygen thing. I don't know if the oxygen thing was the only thing that was determinant in the Carboniferous just explosion of giant bugs. I don't think it was, because again, in the last fucking video, we just had the giant griffin fly that was alive during the Permian. So clearly, the amount of oxygen really didn't have all that much to do with it. And again, people conflate this with the amount of oxygen there was in the Mesozoic. Including David Cap. Thanks, David. Thanks, asshole. I was like, oh, the dinosaurs could have only gotten so big because there was so much oxygen during the Mesozoic, right? No, it is the opposite. There was less oxygen during the Mesozoic than there is now, especially during the Jurassic period, which is when sauropods really started to get fucking huge. God. So, yeah, oxygen doesn't really have a lot to do with, sorry, with size, right? Even in regards to arthropods. And certainly not in regards to vertebrates. Because again, there was less oxygen during the Mesozoic, and that's when we got sauropods, which were the biggest things to walk on land. But again, today, we only have 21% oxygen in the atmosphere, and we have the biggest animal that has ever lived. And it doesn't need nearly as much oxygen as everyone else because it only has to take a breath every few minutes. Compared to everything else that's just like... Because, yeah, we have the blue whale today. So, yeah, we're doing the oxygen thing. David Kep is doing the oxygen thing in fucking Rebirth. But apparently only after 5 years of having well established themselves. That's when the dinosaurs' lungs are just like, oh, I shouldn't exist anymore. Blech. God, Rebirth script is so bad. There's some fun action sequences in there, but Jesus fucking Christ, is the script bad. Even then, the action set pieces just fall the fuck off in the third act. I was thinking about this, right? So many people, myself included, were just like, the Mutodons were completely pointless, and they should have just replaced them with raptors, right? But I was thinking, if they did replace the Mutodons just with raptors, like the Mutodons didn't exist, if it was just a raptor scene, people would just be saying, instead of oh, these Mutodons are fucking garbage, they would have been saying, wow, that raptor scene was really lame. We got a really lame raptor sequence this time around. No one even died or anything. So, it really doesn't even just come down to, oh, replace the Mutodons with raptors and now the movie is good. No, for starters, there's way more issues with the script than that. And for seconds, you'd basically have to rewrite the scene from the ground up. Hey, just have another fodder character for fuck's sake. You clearly ran out by this point. Or hey, have the raptors kill Big Pharma. And then have the Gigosloposaurus kill Duncan and have him actually die. Yeah, the dragons are fucking stupid. No point to their existence aside from selling toys. It's so stupid. Fuck Rebirth. Fuck Rebirth. It's a terrible movie. But, hey, if you're on this channel, you probably already knew that.
So we luckily, though, don't have any monster bugs, just a dying hot planet that we have to deal with instead. Number 6, Epicyon. Much more than just a dog, these extinct canines were known as bone-crushing dogs. Much different than your, schnauzer. They would come in...
Is this Hold the fuck up. I actually don't know this species. That image looks like a hyena. Is this a hyenodont? Okay, it is a canid. Yeah, I really don't know this one. Restoration. That looks like a dingo. I'm pretty sure that's a photo bash dingo. I don't know how big this is. Yeah, big dog size. So we have yet another example of regular animal that is just kind of slightly bigger. I'm guessing like the big, more than a dog. Good. Um, so that's kind of interesting that it seems to be like, a canid that seems to be taking like a hyena-like approach to its lifestyle with the bone crushing kind of jaws and teeth. That is interesting. Um, I don't know if I'm glad that this is extinct.
At around 5 feet long, greatly resembling a grizzly bear. Their massive head would come in handy during all these hunts, and it had the head size of a lion, and its jaw certainly played the part as
Okay, I think we're at the point of overhyping. Jesus Christ. Like big dog. The largest species is a big dog. The smallest species is a small dog. It doesn't look like a grizzly bear. Its head's not as big as a lion. Like, back up a little bit. All right. Um, can we get like another size estimate or? Yeah, no. These is just like. Okay, maybe that's as big as a lion. But I don't know how accurate that is, honestly. This is like wolf-sized, I want to say. Um, yeah, I think we've pretty definitively crossed off overhyping. Most of the head scratcher moments have mostly been his attempts at humor. Um, Not necessarily him saying that like Arthur Plura could spit venom or something like that. We haven't gotten to that level of thumbnail bait, I don't think.
well. Lions, tigers, and bears all rolled up into one furry 300-pound sack of holy. It was made to.
When did you mention tigers? Also, it's a dog. It's like a lion, a tiger, and a bear, and then you look at it and it's like, oh, it's a big dog.
To crush, literally. Its fourth premolar wasn't large, just like some hyenas. So just like bears, this thing too lived in what's now North America, and they went extinct about 6 million years ago, which is pretty recent considering other guys as well. Could you imagine camping and all of a sudden this thing comes in? Sorry, all of a sudden this thing runs in? No way, never.
Can you imagine camping and a really big fucking wolf or a modern day grizzly bear comes in? Yeah, that sucks. Those things can also run, by the way. I would rather run into this than a bear. Like, sorry. I know that they're closely related because, you know, bears and dogs share common ancestry. I'd rather run into this than a bear.
Never, not a chance. Number 5, Mega Piranha.
Ah, this guy again. Easy going the thing that can shred a megalodon in mere seconds.
We talked about Megalodon in part 1, but here we are with another Mega. Mega Piranha sounds like a Marvel Comics villain from the 70s, but in reality it was much worse.
You said that about Henry Fairfield Osborn. I think that's more fitting for Osborn. Yeah, this guy really does have megalophobia.
These things obviously were much bigger than today's piranhas. They came in at about 1 meter long and they ruled the water around Argentina. So 6 million years ago, you wouldn't want to take a late night skinny dip or else.
Yeah, Mega Piranha probably, like, just based on what we saw last time with it, was like an intermediary stage between a big Pacu and actual carnivorous piranhas, which I think is really interesting from an evolutionary perspective. And hey, I mixed up 3 feet and 1 meter in my head. A meter long fish, is still really big. You wouldn't be able to keep this in a home aquarium probably, but I don't think it would be like aggressive. This is probably mostly a scavenger.
Else you probably wouldn't come out of the water. Its bite force was 50 times its own weight, which is scary for any fish, but
50 times its own weight. I'm pretty sure you mean like per square inch, probably? So 50 times its own weight per square inch, right? Or something. Probably per square inch, just because, like, you know, it's not going to be per square foot. With something this big. Yeah, like in the Amazon River, I wouldn't want to go skinny dipping in there for a multitude of reasons. And pretty much none of those reasons are piranhas. I don't want to get grabbed by like a black caiman or an anaconda or a jaguar. Um, yeah. I have other things to worry about. Fuck, I've been worried about just an arapaima coming and just punting me in the face. More than I'm worried about a piranha coming to like bite my dick off. Better have T-Rex's scavenger in my bingo. Oh, I have obligate scavenging mentioned. Because that comes up for a lot of different things, not just T-Rex. Yeah, I know that the catfish that swims up your pee hole is a myth. Like, I do think that is a hilarious and mortifying image. But I do know that it's a myth. But I still wouldn't want to go skinny dipping in the Amazon for a multitude of reasons. Oh, I know that black caiman are huge. That's why they're the first thing the first things that I thought of. However, I don't want to get my skull bitten open by a jaguar. Oh yeah, electric eels. They can fuck you up too, and you wouldn't even realize it. That'd be horrible. That'd be awful. Because like I've been electrocuted a couple of times now, and it sucks on like such a level that it could basically paralyze your entire body, and you don't even know why it's happening. And now you're like under the water and you're panicking because like you've just fallen over. Maybe you're face first down in just a puddle. That's awful. That's an awful way to die.
When they're 30 pounds on average back then, that's some quick maths. That's gonna hurt. Its bite can outchomp Megalodon. Like,
What? Okay, you were just saying that its bite force was 5 times more than its body weight. You just said it was like, I don't know, 30 pounds? That's like 150 pounds per square inch. Megalodon has the strongest bite force of anything that's ever fucking lived. You're insane. Oh, he said 50 times more. Okay, so 15,000 per square inch. Yeah, no, that's still not even close to Megalodon. Not even a little bit. There's a fraction of Megalodon.
come on. Even today, the word piranha makes people anxious because our modern day black piranha, sure it weighs 2 pounds, but it's
Why would you go for the black piranha instead of the way more famous red belly piranha, which is like actually a meat eater? Are black piranhas like fruit eating scavengers? I don't think these guys are like meat eaters. Do. Yeah, they're omnivorous. They eat plants, fallen fruits, and animals smaller than themselves, such as insects and small fishes. Why would you not mention the red belly piranha, which is the one that's actually famous for like being able to fucking debone a cow carcass in a couple of minutes? Are you getting it confused with the black caiman, which is the largest of the caimans? Like what I was just talking about with reasons for not wanting to go swimming in the Amazon? Fuck, dude.
razor sharp teeth, and bite force is still pretty intimidating. I'm sure Mega Piranha will be the villain in some huge blockbuster with some actor. Mega Piranha 3DDD Part 3 or something stupid. Number 4, Linhenicus. If you thought a T-Rex
Oh,
had tiny arms, wait.
that counts. T-Rex comparison. That counts. Well, being with a piranha isn't as dangerous as it is it still dangerous to touch them? They'd probably just get freaked out if you tried to touch them, honestly, and like swim away from you. because like piranhas are like, you know, small fish. They still get preyed upon by other animals, so they don't really want to be touched. I don't know if that would trigger one to bite you defensively. I have seen that with like fishermen who hold piranhas that they catch, and then they just like kind of fuck around with them, and then they get bitten because they're being dumbasses. Yeah, he didn't think of an actor either. It's just like it'll be the star of a movie with an actor in it, filmed by some camera, written by a writer and a director. Yeah, piranhas are like decently calm fish. They're really not that bad. Possible for marine mammals to contract rabies. Rabies is a disease that is restricted to mammals. So I think it's possible. I think the most likely scenario for a marine mammal to catch rabies would be like if a seal or a sea lion got bitten by a bat or something. Yeah, I think it would be very unlikely, but possible. Um, I actually have no idea what that would do to like the hydrophobic aspect of it, because like when you have rabies, your body just like will absolutely refuse water intake. Um, but I don't know if that applies to being surrounded by water. You know what I mean? Like, would a whale like would they just beach themselves? I don't know. Um, I don't know if any studies have been done on this, and I don't know if it's like possible to do those studies ethically. Um, so I have no idea. But I assume it would be possible just because like it is a mammalian disease and they are mammals.
Until you see this dude. Linhenicus monodactyl.
I'm glad that an alvarezsaur is extinct. Dude, this is basically just like this may as well be an emu with a tail. Hold on. How small is this alvarezsaur in particular? Because I want to say that, like, alvarezsaurs didn't get bigger than, like, 6 feet. Uh, do we have a size? It's 1.5 feet long. Oh, this is Julius Chutney artwork. Nice. Yeah, fuck yeah. I think Bonapartenicus, that's like the largest one known. Or at least one of the largest. Yeah, like 10 feet long. 9-10 feet. This is the alvarezsaur that I would want to see in Jurassic World Evolution 3 if we do get an alvarezsaur. Because, like, this is the biggest one. I know it's not like Mononicus, but it would be one that you can actually, like, see decently well. And it's still got, like, the one big... with the big pointy claw. I think Patagonicus is... Nah, Patagonicus is, like, Mononicus-sized.
Roamed the lands of Mongolia 65 million years ago. I'm a fan of this little dinosaur. It's actually always giving other dinosaurs the middle finger, which is great. So it had a little...
Okay, that's probably technically accurate. In other animals that have reduced their hands or their limbs to, like, you know, having basically one digit, like horses, that is indeed the middle digit. So horses are always flipping you off, and I guess alvarezsaurs might be too. Yeah, why is it on this list if you're a fan of it? And also, it was small. How are you going to overhype this one?
Little arm and one finger claw type scenario. Hit ice cream cones for hands, essentially. In terms
Okay, the comparison that I would make is, you know, bugles? Just put a little bugle on your fingertip. It's like that. Those little bugle chips. And put a bunch of bugle chips on like all of your fingers and you scratch your sister with them. Um, ice cream cones. Whatever, man.
In terms of these other monsters on this list, it's pretty small. It came in at the size of a parrot. Now this little guy would lay eggs and carve through anything that snuck into their nest. It was still a carnivore, like it was a T-Rex, Velociraptor, and this little guy. They were all coming after you.
Really? Really? Are you sure? I think the fact that this thing was like 1.5 feet long, by your admission, the size of a parrot, would say like, oh, he's eating bugs. Ooh, a delicious bug morsel. Oh god, I love eating bugs. You can't eat what ain't bugs. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I would not be noticing this little guy if a T-Rex was running after me. I'd be assuming that the T-Rex is chasing him too. It's just like, oh no, little Alvarsaur, come with me, I'll get you to safety. I'd be thinking that for the Velociraptor. Hurry, Velociraptor. Come with me, we'll get you to safety.
Any shape or size, you're getting pecked apart or ripped apart. I would for sure have this guy as a pet. His little cone hands just tapping around.
You said it's gonna run after you and kill you and you'll have it as a pet. Yeah, man, getting ripped apart by a Komodo dragon would suck. I want to have one as a pet, though.
That'd be so cute. Until he, eats your neck. Number 3, Spinosaurus.
He really just doesn't want anything touching his neck. He's like me in that aspect. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? This guy's got necktism, dude. It's always his neck. He's like a titan. He knows that it's his weak point.
Another Jurassic Park star, and rightfully so. The largest carnivores.
Oh, that counts. Jurassic Park world footage. He's using still images, so I'm counting that under. I'm counting that under it. I think we've sufficiently gotten worse as well. It might have gotten worse, and do we have thumbnail bait? I mean, I feel like we do. I feel like we must. Hold on. Hold on. That's a T-Rex, a Velociraptor, and the tiny little Alvarsaur all chasing you at once. Count as pack hunting. Does that count? It's so absurd that I feel like I have to ask. No. Okay, then. 7,000 Linonicus. Eat this man. That's the sound I think they'd make. Yeah, the meter-long fish with a stronger bite force than Megalodon. I think that's thumbnail bait. So we need an unrelated animal used as B-roll, which he's been surprisingly good about. Or we need pack hunting mentioned. I feel like that's very possible. Unless he's mentioned it before, but I don't think he has. Maybe during Dire Wolves, but I didn't. No, he was just kind of talking about predator traps there mostly. No, I don't think he mentioned it.
Dinosaur of all time, even bigger than a T-Rex,
Wait.
rightfully so. The largest carnivorous dinosaur of
Okay,
all
carnivorous. He just said it weird. I thought he said the largest dinosaur of all time. Um, Largest carnivorous in terms of length, weight is weight is a bit of a weird one. It's hard to judge dinosaur weight in general. Like T-Rex often gets the label of heaviest carnivorous dinosaur just because like it's incredibly girthy. But in terms of the more fragmentary species like Giganotosaurus or Mapusaurus, who aren't known from as complete material, it's the jury might be out there. Um, in a species with almost confirmed pack hunting, would it pass? Um, as long as pack hunting gets mentioned, it doesn't have to be on a species where like there's no evidence of pack hunting. It just has to be mentioned. Cause like I feel like in the context of these shitty videos, they usually say, "Oh, and it was pack hunting too," as a way to be like, "Oh, it was more badass." Like, "Oh, maybe you could take on one of these things, but a whole pack, not gonna happen, buddy." Um, Hasn't been doing too bad on the facts. Really, he hasn't been doing too bad on the editing side of things, I would say. In terms of facts, it's been very shaky. Um, yeah, we really just need pack hunting or unrelated animal.
all time, even bigger than a T-Rex. Can you imagine? Oh my god. 93 million years ago, they stopped terrorizing the lands of what is now Egypt and Morocco. If you didn't already guess, its name translates to spine lizard, and that spine was quite long. The spine reached about 7 feet tall, and the Spinosaurus itself would measure up to 60 feet long.
I want to say that's an overestimate. I want to say Spinosaurus at its largest was around 50 feet long. I'm pretty sure anyway. I don't know if um recently it's gone up to like 60 feet long. I can check that. Oh. So what if you could see the darker side of me? Anyway. Could have reached 46 feet. Okay, so 50 feet is probably like the like upper estimates. Still huge. I did see a Spinosaurus skeletal reconstruction at the Field Museum, and it's a big ass animal, but 60 feet, it was not.
And aside for its back, one of the most notable features is its 6-foot long head. Its mouth was similar to a crocodile's with straight, sharp teeth, not curved like the other ones, but like straight. So these teeth could stab right through any
Uh. Where are you at? Yep. So I'd say that's about correct. Spinosaurus teeth are pretty straight and they are smooth on all sides. They're conical teeth, which is good for grabbing onto fish. So he is right about that, as proven by my Spinosaurus tooth. One of the two that I have. But the other one has gotten kind of worn down because I've moved a lot. And it went in a lot of boxes and I didn't take very good care of it. Even though that was like the first fossil I have around.
slippery fish, just a big skewer for a tooth. That being said, paleontologists from the University of Pennsylvania believe that this guy used to swim as well, because where the first Spinosaurus fossils were found.
Why mention the University of Pennsylvania specifically? Isn't it like it's like his name is Nizar Ibrahim, right? He's like the guy who's doing most of the work with like all the new specimens of Spinosaurus. And like I'm pretty sure he's pretty on board with the idea that Spinosaurus would have been like a fully aquatic animal. Yeah, he's from like probably I would assume he's from around Morocco because that's where all the specimens are coming from. So yeah, that's weird to mention. I would mention Ibrahim. Ibrahim. I don't know how to pronounce his name, unfortunately. Because like yeah, he's like the primary paleontologist that is associated with modern Spinosaurus reconstructions.
found that used to be the Bahara Oasis Desert in Egypt, which was a massive swamp. Water or land, I want nothing to do with this thing. And neither did all the people in Jurassic Park. They're like, this guy's gonna kill us. Let's get out of here. Number 2, the devil frog.
Beelzebufo. I was kind of disappointed to figure out that Beelzebufo really isn't all that big. I don't even think it's bigger than a Goliath frog. I think it's about the size of like the biggest modern day pixie frogs, maybe a little bit bigger. But yeah, it's not like an enormous animal. Beelzebufo. Yeah, it is often depicted as like eating baby dinosaurs. I don't think it was like that enormous. Yeah, still a huge frog, but like smaller than a Goliath frog. It still absolutely could have eaten like super small dinosaurs, but yeah, this wasn't like an absolute monster.
Catching frogs is a fun way to pass the time as a kid. You grab it and you're like, oh, and then it hops away. It's magical. But 68 million
I'm surprised you're not scared of frogs.
years ago, if you saw a frog, you would have to stay far away from it, or else you
No, you wouldn't.
would probably lose all of your fingers and hands. It was a lot bigger than frogs.
Okay. I don't actually know if there's any evidence of teeth on Beelzebufo. The way there are those... I don't actually know if they're teeth on pixie frogs, but here, let me look it up. Yeah, pixie frogs have big ass chompers. They have like I don't know if those are like bones or something, but they have big ass teeth that like just kind of jut out of the bottom of their mouth, and those things hurt. At least from my understanding. And looking at the skull here, it looks like they got a lot of smaller teeth too. So I imagine that a pixie frog bite would really hurt. You're not going to lose your finger to a pixie frog, though. Okay, so it's a mix of teeth and bony tusk. Got it. I kind of figured. I love pixie frogs. They're great.
Today, as most of these things are. It was on average the same size as a beach ball, and they lived on the island
As a beach ball? Holy crap. No! No! It's about the size of a hamburger. Maybe like a really big hamburger. Hold frog gently like burger. Not as big as a beach ball. Although a Beelzebufo beach ball would be a really good piece of merchandise. You should sell that.
of Madagascar. Now they thrived there because no theropod dinosaurs could get there.
That's just completely incorrect. There was Majungasaurus, which is a pretty standard size abelisaur, and there's also Machiocasaurus, which is a noasaur. Noasaurs, or Machiocasaurus, very easily could have killed a Beelzebufo. There would be nothing stopping one from doing that. Like, really, the only thing keeping it safe from Majungasaurus, I would think, is that it's probably too small to really bother with. Compared to, like, some of the other stuff it could be eating. So, yeah, that's just completely wrong.
If that little guy with the horns for hands came along, he wouldn't stand a chance. Its bite is similar to that.
If the Alvarezsaur came along, he wouldn't stand a chance. Bro, I think that the Alvarezsaur might look at Beelzebufo as a decent meal, not the other way around. Again, this wasn't that big of a frog.
Of a wolf or a tiger, which is remarkable considering its size. Recently, however...
Wait, what? Did he say bite force?
Like if that little guy with the horns for hands came along, he wouldn't stand a chance. Its bite is similar to that of a wolf or a tiger, which is...
I'm assuming you mean bite force, not like how damaging the bite would be, because a tiger bite kind of kills you. What the Okay, if we didn't have video gets worse Before, we certainly do now, because Jesus Christ. God damn. This is really bad.
It's remarkable considering its size. Recently, however, researchers found a fossil of the devil frog, and they believe that it once had spikes and a turtle-like shell. As if the devil frog couldn't get any
A turtle-like shell? What the fuck are you talking about? Where are you getting this from? I've never heard anything even remotely like this. What the fuck, man? You're fucking nuts.
any cooler, now you gotta add spikes. Sick. Right now we have the horned frog, which is a lot smaller, but even after this
Not really. Argentinian horned frogs, also known as Pac-Man frogs, they are at their biggest around the same size. The sort of sedentary sit and wait frogs that get super big and fat, like the pixie frogs, like the Pac-Man frogs, at their biggest they can get around the size of a dinner plate. That's around the same size, I want to say, as something like Beelzebufo.
many million years of evolution, its jaw is also remarkably strong. It can still take your fingers. And finally, number 1, the Carnotaurus. When I watched that Disney's dinosaur movie in theaters, I cried when this dude came out. It was way too scary. I was not ready, and neither were the animals that had the misfortune of crossing this thing's path 69 million years ago. Nice. They were around the same size as the T-Rex that came.
No! No! No, the fuck it was not. Now, the one in Dinosaur was about as big as a T-Rex. Probably bigger, honestly. No. Regular Carnotaurus, like real-life Carnotaurus, I want to say was like a 30-foot long animal. Maybe. It was, as far as I know, aside from that one currently undescribed giant motherfucker from Africa, it is the largest currently described Abelisaur. I know that, like, after last time with the Sludge, where I waited so long to upload it that longest Kwama, we figured out what the fuck it was, and so now that's already outdated. So I'm sure by the time this one goes up, we'll finally have a description for the giant mystery Abelisaur. But yeah, currently speaking, this is the largest known described Abelisaur. But that being said, it was not anywhere near T-Rex sized. It wasn't that big.
Came in at like 29 feet long, but they're nicknamed meat-eating bulls. They would run.
You said in the last video that T-Rex was like 40 feet long. Fair enough. That's about how big it is. Now you're saying that Carnotaurus is about 29 feet long. Fair enough. That's about how big it was. You can't say that these two things are the same size. And meat-eating bull is just basically the literal translation of its name. That's not really its nickname. That's not really what that means. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, this is getting real bad.
At about 25 miles an hour. They're one of the fastest and largest moving theropods to ever live.
Okay, so we're doing the fast Carnotaurus thing again. Carnotaurus is known from a mostly complete skeleton, but the parts that are missing are really important for determining its speed, which is to say, the bottom parts of its legs. So we don't really know if Carnotaurus would have been all that fast. It is possible, but until we find the lower halves of its legs, and yeah, like half of its tail, more than half of its tail, I want to say, until we find the rest of it, it's going to be pretty difficult to say that definitively, that Carnotaurus was like this speed demon. But this is a very popular idea that was floating around at the time. Even I fell for this because I just kind of heard it, and I was just like, oh, neat. I love learning new things about dinosaurs, but it's like, I didn't check my source.
Its arms were smaller than that of a T-Rex, but honestly, it didn't matter because this one has horns.
I mean, if you want to be pedantic about this, which on this channel, God knows I always am, T-Rex did also have horns. It did have keratinized structures over its eyes, that basically amounted to horns. They just weren't as ostentatious as those of Carnotaurus. Um, and saying that the tiny arms didn't matter because it had horns, I feel like that's almost like a dig against Prehistoric Planet before he even knew about that. Because, like, why does it have this display structure when it has this display structure? You know what I mean? Uh, would it be more offensive to say Carnotaurus was just another species of Tyrannosaurus? Yes, because they're not even remotely closely related. They come from two completely different lineages of theropods that split about as far back as lineages of theropods can possibly split. Because Carnotaurus comes from the Ceratosaur family tree, while Tyrannosaurus comes from the Coelurosaur family tree, and those split, like, way back. I want to say the early Jurassic. I want to say the earliest Coelurosaurs were showing up. God, was that around the middle or the early Jurassic? Certainly by the middle Jurassic, they had been well split apart by that point, because you had things like Guandalong and Proceratosaurus showing up. Those are the earliest known Tyrannosauroids. And those are Coelurosaurs. Would mean some real Carnotaura if it was massive, though. Carnotaura is really gonna... It's gonna catch on, isn't it? But yeah, there was this idea going around, I want to say, that like the ceratosaurs were almost considered more primitive and more shitty compared to like the Tetanuran theropods. Um, I want to say that like this especially comes into play when Ceratosaurus and Allosaurus are depicted together. Like Ceratosaurus is always seen as the weaker, shittier one compared to Allosaurus. And Allosaurus always kicks its ass. You see this in Dinosaurs Roamed America. You see this in Jurassic Fight Club. It happens a lot, and it sucks, which is very funny because the Ceratosaur lineage lasted way longer than the Allosaur lineage, which sucks to suck, Allosaurs. You guys are my favorites, but you got beaten out by the more quote-unquote primitive ones. That just goes to show that just because you are bigger and way fucking cooler, you don't always win in the end. You can't always get what you want.
Like a bull, hence the meat-eating bull alias. It was discovered in 1984 by Jose Bonaparte in Argentina. Now they've only discovered one skeleton of this thing, so hopefully there weren't too many of these things poking around.
I want to find more skeletons of this thing. I want there to be more so we can finally put the Carnotaurus speed demon thing to bed.
Literally poking around. Guys, those are 10 more prehistoric creatures that are no longer with
Thank God.
us, gladly. And honestly, as fascinating as these things are, I get itchy talking about them. So let's leave these ones in the past. If a part 3 is in your deepest desires, let us know. Hit that thumb.
It's not. It's really, really not. Thank you for trying. You tried. Dear God. That was not very good. And, unfortunately, try as we might, even with a two-parter, we did not get a bingo. We got close. We got close a couple of times. Maybe there was a pack hunting mention that I didn't get. Unless I really want to count the image of a T-Rex Velociraptor and the little Alvarezsaur all rushing you at the same time, as pack hunting. Yeah, he got itchy thinking about an Alvarezsaur the size of a parrot. Yeah, you know, there's never been a case for anyone dying by a piranhas. Um. Sheesh. That wasn't very good. 20 most dangerous birds in history by Forever Green. Oh boy, is that one also in the the playlist? All right. Oh boy, 8 months ago, we got AI generated. We got it. Oh boy. You know, this reminds me. Um, Forrest Galante has turned into something of a sludge channel. Because I know that he was using some AI generated stuff. He's gotten a little sludgy lately. And I could use some new target practice. Oh no. Oh boy. Ooh. Hold on. This one might be worth it to look at more. But we'll do Forest next time.
Think the biggest bird around is an ostrich? Think again. The prehistoric world was
Oh Christ. Alright then. Oh. Just why? It always looks so bad. It looks like garbage. Also, why is this thing killing a dragon? Wait, this is the same channel that said Mega Piranha 8 T-Rex? Oh, here we fucking go. Oh, here we fucking go. We're in for some good shit right now.
home to birds so massive, so terrifying, they'd make an ostrich look like a pet parakeet.
Oh my god.
Ever seen a creature as big as an aircraft soaring through ancient skies?
Oh god, he's gonna say Quetzalcoatlus is a bird, isn't he?
Or a fearsome bird with the prowess to hunt down small dinosaurs?
Small dinosaurs! Like the T-Rex! He's gonna say pterosaurs are birds. He's gonna say it.
What about a bird so fierce that it could take down animals several times its...
What the fuck? What the fuck? What is wrong? What is wrong with your face? You have 3 legs and a horrible fucked up face. Bro, this bird is putting this creature out of its misery. What the fuck is this? Is that an ear? What the fuck? I think I know what killed the moa birds now. Clearly it was inbreeding. Oh my god. And why is the tip of its beak like that? It looks like it was like photoshopped in there or something, but with a completely different color. What the fuck?
size. Welcome back to another amazing episode of Forever.
Biggest animal body parts in the world. Number 1, my dick! Also, what is this fucking orphan of Kos looking shark over here?
That should have been on the island in Rebirth.
Yeah, genuinely, that would have fit better than like regular ass T-Rex and all the other regular ass dinosaurs. Except for 2 mutants at the very end. Seriously, it looks like the orphan of Kos just carrying around this giant placenta.
Evergreen. Today, we'll show you
Oh my
20 most terrifying prehistoric birds you never knew existed.
I know Pelagornis
From
existed.
gigantic eagles capable...
Oh, monsters we met. Now that's a fucking documentary.
Arizona donated $5. Here lies the Hawktuaraptor. Thank goodness it never scored.
Thank fucking God. The Hawktuaraptor lasted as long as the joke was ever funny, which is to say it died immediately.
of snatching up humans to flightless behemoths that dwarfed ostriches. These feathered creatures dominated the skies, land, and seas, millions of years ago.
Millions of
Stay
years
tuned,
ago.
because later you'll find out about a bird whose mere steps could send animals hurrying for cover.
Bro.
So get ready, hit that subscribe button,
You're trying to psych us up by just saying the same shit over and over again.
and let's jump right in. 20. Quetzalcoatlus.
Okay. Misleading video title. We're gonna get the biggest ever because it's the biggest pterosaur ever. He's gonna say that at least. It really doesn't matter which of the giant Darkins is the biggest. No one cares. Ah, Christ alive. First bird we get on this bird list, and it's a pterosaur. Pterosaurs are not birds. I shouldn't have to say that, and yet I have to tell it to this man. Oh yeah, that also counts as incorrect taxonomy. You're correct about that. Oh boy. Please say this thing was like 50 feet long so we can get wild size overestimate.
Imagine a creature soaring through the skies, casting a shadow over the ancient lands as vast as a small airplane. This is not a scene from a fantasy film, but the real-life terror of the Quetzalcoatlus, one of the largest flying animals of all time.
Of largest flying animals, first of all, second of all, hey, you want to explain how that large flying animal is not a bird, but it's a pterosaur, which is different?
Though technically not a bird.
What do you mean, technically? It's like saying a cow is technically not a lion. Like, oh, they're both archosaurs. No! No! You're wrong! You were wrong to put this on a bird list in the first place. Why is it on the list if it's not a bird? This is a list of birds. Top 10 reptiles. Number 10, the dung beetle. While technically not a reptile, fuck off! Get out of here with that shit.
But a pterosaur, its bird-like features and staggering size merit its mention among these prehistoric giants. Quetzalcoatlus had a wingspan that could reach an astounding 10 to 11 meters.
Okay, that sounds reasonable, which is a shame, because that means we don't get to do wild size overestimate. But I guarantee he's gonna... He is absolutely going to wildly overestimate the size of something.
Its size is almost incomprehensible.
Okay, that's the Jurassic World Dominion Quetzalcoatlus. I'm counting it.
This creature could stand as tall as a giraffe when on the ground. Imagine this gigantic beast taking off, using all 4 of its limbs to vault into the air, then soaring high above, hunting with keen eyes for any movement below.
It's weird that he got, like, the vault launch correct. And yeah, look at the chapter name here. Quetzalcoatlus. Good. Well done, AI-generated chapter name.
It likely preyed
Also, but with no commentary, only sound effects. I love the prehistoric planet cat's noise.
on small dinosaurs and fish, swooping down to snatch them up with its long, sharp beak.
The idea of Quetzalcoatlus being a fish eater is largely outdated. It was pretty much mostly going to be eating stuff on the land. It was thought to be a fish eater at one point. A lot of older documentaries covered this. Walking with Dinosaurs did this. I want to say Dinosaur Planet also did this with their depiction of Quetzalcoatlus. They at least mentioned that they had just, like, returned from the inland sea to grab some fish and were now going back to their nests. And, Jeff Corwin did, a sort of, like, special where he looked at, like, prehistoric creatures and their closest modern relatives. or at least the closest comparable things, and he gets pooped on by a Quetzalcoatlus, and he tastes it in his mouth, and he's just like, "Yep, definitely a fish eater." Planet Dinosaur showed Hatzegopteryx eating Megairasaurus. Okay. They get it right with Hatzegopteryx more often just because, like, that is a more recent species. Like, Quetzalcoatlus has been around for long enough that there are more misconceptions about um its behavior and ecology and stuff like that. So, yeah. Yeah, and he gets eaten by giant spiders. That freaked me the fuck out when I was a kid. Because, like, this was back when Megarachne was thought to be a giant spider. And so, like, he gets bitten by the Megarachne and paralyzed by its venom, and then it vomits up digestive toxins onto him that turn him into a skeleton. But it was all a dream, so it's okay.
19. Titanus wallery.
Okay, are we going to get wallery? Just the way it's spelled in the fucking chapter title there. Are we gonna get the thing talking about just being outcompeted by sabercats? Is that gonna happen?
Stepping back into the dreadful past, we encounter Titanus wallery.
I'm pretty sure in that Life on Our Planet segment that is supposed to be Forest Raucus, if I'm not mistaken, and then it just gets its shit pushed in by saber-toothed cats, because of course it does.
A terror bird that once roamed North America around 5 million years ago.
Once again, just footage, no commentary.
Unlike the Argentavis, Titanus didn't rule the skies.
Why would you mention Argentavis when we haven't seen it on the list yet? Finally caught you live. Not a huge TF2 fan, so I'm very thankful you've dipped your toes into JWE. Do you think you'll ever react to any of the showcases or trailers they've released? I think there's enough people who are doing that on YouTube that I don't feel the need to, like, kind of throw my hat into the ring of, like, reacting to every little new thing that they released. But, I don't know. Like, talking about it on streams, I could definitely say that, like, I am very pleased with pretty much everything I've seen, aside from just the fact that there are going to be species cuts. Like, Loki Ceratops looks amazing. Like, easy new top favorite Ceratopsian. Sorry, Styracosaurus. Loki Ceratops just looks better. And Patagotitan easily jumps up to my new favorite sauropod. It just looks awesome. But yeah. Yeah, why would you mention Argentavis if you're not, like, if you haven't mentioned it yet? Like, personally, on a list of dangerous birds, I would put Titanus way above Argentavis because Argentavis is a big vulture. It's a scavenger. So it's probably not going to be hunting you. A Titanus probably could hunt a human being. Also, what is this low poly ass saber-toothed cat? He looks like he's still rendering from a distance. What happened to you? The Titanus looks fine. What happened to you? He's so low poly.
But the land. Standing up to 3 meters tall, this bird was a towering figure of dread with a heavily muscled neck and a head crowned with a large, hook-shaped beak designed for killing. Titanus wallery was a runner, built like a sprinter with powerful legs that could quickly close the distance to its prey. Once within reach, it used its massive beak like an axe, delivering deadly blows to crush bone and flesh alike.
What's with the little timer on this clip here? This is like Mr. Beast having the little bar at the bottom of his video that's like, oh hey, this is when the ad ends. Except it's a clip of Gastornis for some reason. Yeah, we already have unrelated animal uses B-roll because we had a bunch of pteranodons with the Quetzalcoatlus. Again, that doesn't count as AI mixing up 2 different animals because that's just like, that is taken up by this slot. We're also not going to get Megalodon on this list, which is a shame. Unless... Although technically not a bird, the Megalodon glided through the waters on large pectoral fins, much like wings.
This bird was not one for scavenging. It was a pure predator, actively hunting in the grasslands and forest edges.
Well, he did mention scavenging, but he didn't say that the bird was a scavenger, so it is what it is.
Its presence meant that
What? What is that? Why is it just attacking a giant house cat? Brandy, look away. Bro, the weird horn umbilical cord that's coming out of its skull, it looks like it becomes its arm. It's like shaded the same way. And it only has one wing? What the fuck? Yeah, who wins in a fight? This guy or Trunkosaurus? Holy shit, dude.
you were safe, as it could likely ambush a variety of animals, making it one of the most feared creatures of its time.
Good lord, man.
18. Forest Racidae.
Motherfucker, I thought we were good when he mentioned, like, Titanus, the actual genus. But no, we have to get all of the forest rockets. God fucking... It's always forest rockets. It always is. Every single fucking time. We just got one specific genus of forest rockets, and now we have the entire clade of forest rockets. Fuck! It's already worse. It's already getting worse. It took 3 entries, and the video is already worse as it goes on. Fuck! If it wasn't for Megalodon, I'd be hedging our bets that we'd get a fucking blackout on this one. God, do we include just... The inclusion of Quetzalcoatlus on a bird list, is that thumbnail bait? I feel like it is. And yeah, like, how did you say it? Forest Racidae?
Of its time. 18. Forest Racidae.
Racidae. Yeah, butcher pronunciation. And hell, he did mention scavenging, but I think we'll get there when we get to Argentavis. Like, obligate scavenging mention, I feel like, is good for when, like, the AI definitively says, oh yeah, this thing was a scavenger.
Diving deeper into the realm of prehistoric nightmares, we encounter the Forest Racidae family, commonly known as the terror birds.
Then why did you mention one specifically? And the chapter is Forest Racidae. You can find all these birds in the Racidae forest.
These formidable predators roamed South America.
That is the Jurassic World Alive Forest Raucus, which is basically just a complete ripoff of the Walking with Beasts Forest Raucus. So, good to know.
From about 62 million years ago.
Motherfucker, we're doing it again. It's always like the Forest Racidae family, Forest Raucus family. Fuck you. God damn it. Fuck. This family showed up, like, right in the middle of the Eocene, or right at the beginning of the Eocene, or the Paleocene, or whatever the fuck. God damn it, shit, fuck. Ugh. So when the family first appeared in the fossil record? Isn't that, like, assuming that Gastornis is a terror bird, though? Hold up, I gotta look this up. Because we see this all the time. Middle Eocene, so 43 million years ago to late Pleistocene. So that's still Not great. That's still pretty bad. Um, uh, Jurassic World Alive mentioned. What the fuck is power creep? I hate the combat in the game so much. I just like collecting stuff. Um, good lord, man.
Thriving until just about 2.5 million years ago.
Well, that is also wrong, because according to Wikipedia, it says like 100,000 years ago. So, whatever, man.
Standing anywhere between one.
I also imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of this life on our planet footage, because I imagine we're going to get Ferusricus later on down the list. Because, fuck it, we've already covered the entire family, as well as a genus. We're going to cover different genera. I imagine we're going to get Forest Fuck it, right?
To 3 meters tall, these birds were the undisputed rulers of their domain, embodying the perfect blend of speed, strength, and sheer terror. With their
well, they're
powerful
called terror
legs,
birds.
terror birds could sprint rapidly across the open plains, catching up to their prey with terrifying ease.
What the fuck was that edit? Like how it was just like kind of following it as it was running along? What the fuck was that? I don't know if this is overhyping, because like, yeah, these are efficient predators. Like I describe overhyping as like the animal just like being described as doing shit that it can't really do. Like, yeah, if you want to say that the terror birds could run fast and be awesome, then sure, why the hell not?
Their long, curved beaks acted like deadly weapons, capable of delivering fatal blows that could smash bones and skulls with little effort.
Why is it Dracorex? What? Okay, it can't smash open the skull of a Dracorex, I don't think. For one thing, they predated these animals by about, like, 60-ish million years. For another thing... Why? Why? Oh god, are we gonna get Dracorex on the list next? Maybe that's why he saved the image. Because, like, here's the thing, right? I don't know how you can list... Like what 20 birds are gonna be on this list? Like, we're gonna get Pelagornis, we're gonna get Argentavis, we're gonna get the Moa, we'll probably get the elephant bird, and I'm gonna guess Forest Raucus. We're 3 birds into this list. What else we got? Like, oh, Haasteagle, right? That's another one. So that's 6. Haasteagle. Maybe Hesperornis? I imagine we're gonna get like maybe repeats or more pterosaurs. Oh god, or a dodo. Fuck it, dodo. Dodo, most dangerous bird in history. But yeah, I think we'll either get repeats or we'll get more pterosaurs, or we'll get things that just aren't even close to birds. Yeah, cassowary might show up.
These birds didn't just hunt to eat, they dominated, instilling fear into the hearts of all the other creatures that
dare. Still give it Smackdown.
Oh, sorry, my friend is streaming. I didn't realize. What the fuck, dude? His leg looks like it's coming out of his wing. And yeah, okay. Now I feel like we're overhyping the animals. Like, it instilled fear into everything around it. Like, at that point, you're starting to like anthropomorphize it too much. I don't know if we can really say focuses on one clade too much when this is all supposed to be a list about one clade. So yeah. All we need to get is a harmless bird on this list and we'll be good to go.
dared share their landscape. They were true apex predators.
Another cat! Another, like, regular-ass house cat with this... That's basically just the Mutodon head. It's got, like, all the teeth and the little beak thing at the end. It's the Terror Bird version of a Mutodon. Oh my god.
Nothing on ground could challenge them.
Nothing on ground could challenge them. You know these things lived in the same time and place as giant ground sloths, right? Yeah, like, we're definitely overhyping it. Definitely overhyping. Obviously. Done. So we needed to get mixed up, like, with two different animals, which I think on a bird list will be very easy. Yeah, and Barinasuchus. And we just need one of these birds on this list to be harmless. Easy.
17. Pelagornis sandersea.
Another one, another obvious one.
Another giant flyer, the Pelagornis sandersea, with a wingspan that rivaled the Argentavis, extending
You've mentioned Argentavis twice now, and it hasn't shown up on the list.
over 7 meters. Pelagornis sandersea was one of the largest flying birds to have ever existed.
Oh yeah, it's doing like the puke thing. Right. Because I is it albatrosses that do that?
Have we moved from the bug, plankton AI to the cat AI?
Yeah, if you're scared of this video, you're a clam. But if you're scared of this video, you're a cat. Yeah, like they'll vomit on rivals and stuff to like mess up their wings and keep them away. So it's interesting to see paleoart of like Pelagornis engaging in this behavior too. Frigate birds, that's the ones.
Its era spanned from about 25 to 28 million years ago, soaring above the oceans of the world. What set the Pelagornis apart was its array of tooth-like projections along the edges of its beak.
Okay, so he's correct in saying that they are tooth-like projections and not teeth. Because they're not teeth. A lot of birds today have structures in their beaks that look a lot like teeth, especially aquatic birds, but they're not teeth. Some birds will even have these like kind of almost tooth-like structures on their tongues. Penguins have the same thing. Even in their throats, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that like helps to like just grab hold of and orient fish inside of their mouths and stuff like that. It's very interesting.
Which were not true teeth, but bony spikes, perfect for snagging slippery prey like fish and squid from the ocean.
Fish and squid.
This bird was a master of the air and sea, gliding over the water's surface and using its terrifying beak to snatch up unsuspecting sea creatures.
Oh, only baby frigate birds do that to deter predators. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, at least this thing wasn't spitting venom. I don't even know where I was going with this.
Just the sight of its massive shadow passing overhead would have sent marine life into a panic, a dark omen of the doom that literally hung above their heads.
Christ.
16. Haast's eagle.
Yep. We're getting through all the ones that are easy to predict first. So that leaves, like, we know he was talking about the moa earlier. I'm assuming we'll get the elephant bird. I'm assuming we'll get Forest Raucus. What else was there on my list? Like Hesperornis? The dodo? Another pterosaur?
A massive eagle from New Zealand, believed to prey on large flightless birds like the moa.
Another bird very likely on this list that has not gone mentioned up until this point, which is so weird because that means that the Haast eagle's prey will be ranked above the Haast eagle, which is really weird. Yeah, now it's the host eagle, which is not correct.
Haast's eagle is so powerful and imposing that it still haunts the legends of the native Maori people. Known scientifically as Harpagornis murray,
Jesus.
this eagle, with a wingspan reaching up to 3 meters, was not just any bird of prey. It was the largest known true raptor to have ever lived.
As far as I'm aware, the raptor term is kind of just colloquial. It's not really like a definitive group of animals, because like, yeah, I'm not even gonna mention the AI sludge. I'm not even gonna bother. It's just awful. But like owls are considered raptors, right? Like raptors, and as far as I'm aware, they are more closely related to parrots than they are to, or wait, is it like eagles and hawks that are more closely related to parrots than they are to owls? Yeah, isn't it Maori? Because like he was like Maori. It's Maori, right? If I'm not mistaken. Right, the falcons. Falcons are closer to parrots, and owls are their own thing. So even though these things are not very closely related, they are lumped together under raptors just because they have very similar predation tactics. They're very similar in that aspect, but not necessarily similar genetically speaking. So it's not entirely wrong to say that this would have been the largest raptor, but that's basically just saying it's the largest bird that hunted in this particular way. It's not really saying anything in terms of like its cladistics there.
Haast's eagle was a master hunter, capable of
swooping down to kill the New Zealand cheetah in the deserts, the wide, vast deserts of New Zealand that New Zealand is so famous for.
Swooping down at incredible speeds to strike its prey with devastating force. Its favorite targets were the large, flightless moa birds, which could weigh several hundred pounds. The eagle's massive talons and sharp beak could crush bones and tear through thick muscle, killing its prey swiftly.
Well, that's not a Haas eagle because it's hunting a primate there that's not a human. New Zealand, as far as I'm aware, is pretty much devoid of mammals. So the only mammals that a Haas eagle would have a chance to hunt would be humans. This is almost like, I would imagine it's like an ancient harpy eagle or something. Only bats, got it.
Just imagine a bird so fierce that it could take down animals several times its size.
Bro.
Is Scooby-Dooby-Doo doing what Scooby-Doo do? What does Scooby-Dooby-Doo do?
Yes. Okay, we got, once again, another three-legged motherfucker here. And once again, for some reason, it's fighting a cheetah. Why a cheetah? In a desert. We're doing this again. It's like, it was an illustration before, I think. Oh my god, no, he's done it 3 times now. What the fuck?
Size, ruling over the forests like a winged tyrant. Talking about eagles, you can also check out our other video on the most amazing eagle attacks ever caught on camera.
I bet it's a good one.
Gastornis.
Okay, I should have predicted Gastornis would be on the list. He's definitely going to overhype this one. He's going to call it a terror bird. He's going to say it ate meat or horses and shit. It's a frugivore.
Next, we turn our attention to the enigmatic Gastornis,
the fucking heavy metal music just started playing. Eat fruits.
Giant bird that roamed the woodlands of Europe and North America during the
Is Gastornis known from North America? I don't think it was. I think it was like just European, if I'm not mistaken. I could check. No, okay, it's known from North America, Europe, and Asia. All right. Okay, because there's a bunch of different species of it. Fair enough. Um... Okay, I'll have to do some more looking into Gastornis, because it seems very complicated. I wouldn't be surprised if Gastornis has been used as a bit of a wastebasket taxon, because, like, it was discovered, yeah, back in the 1880s, or, like, no, 1850s even. Yeah, that's worse. Oh, look who it is. Look who described Gastornis giganteus. Oh, look who it is. It's our boy Cope. Ah.
Paleocene and Eocene epochs, roughly 56 to 45 million years ago. Initially thought to be a fierce predator due to its massive size and formidable beak, recent studies suggest a different story.
Oh my god.
Gastornis might have been herbivorous.
Oh my god. No fucking way. We actually got one of these that's saying that Gastornis was a fucking herbivore. Unbelievable.
Standing up to 2 meters, about 6.5 feet tall, Gastornis possessed a large, box-like skull.
If a banana goes ring ring ring, is it a banana phone or a phone banana?
Yes. Thank you for the $5 news. I would assume it's a banana phone.
And a deep, powerful beak.
Wait, Cope is the featured article of the day? Is he actually? Look who it is! It's our boy! Oh, it's our beautiful eugenicist boy. Oh my god. 2 plane crashes, apparently. Jesus Christ. Well, they don't look like Boeings, so that's still a tragedy. Goddamn.
Arizona donated $5. Fun fact. Cope is currently Wikipedia's featured article.
Yeah, we were just looking at that. That's amazing. That's so hilarious.
Despite its menacing appearance, evidence such as the lack of wear patterns typical of carnivores on its beak and the discovery of plant material near its fossils hint that this giant bird might have used its great strength and size to forage for tough plant material. However, the image of Gastornis as a gentle giant does little to moderate its imposing figure, which would have been a formidable sight in the ancient forests it inhabited. 14.
That's getting into a little bit of, even though it was huge / dangerous, it was an herbivore. That's kind of just like, that's almost like saying, even though it was an herbivore, it was huge / dangerous. Which I'm honestly going to count as the same thing. Again, I'm very disappointed that we're like 90% sure not going to get Megalodon. Did you know Cope named an animal species epithet Copator because he had so many people who hated it? I believe it.
Kellen Ken.
Kellenken, that's another
Diving
forest rocket
back
I
into
should
the
have guessed.
chilling era of the terror birds, we meet Kellen Ken, a member of this ferocious family that
Once again, that is the Jurassic World Alive model. Noted.
lived approximately 15 million years ago in what is now Argentina. Standing at a height of about 3 meters, Kellen Ken was not the tallest of the terror birds, but it possessed one of the largest skulls of any known bird, measuring over 45 centimeters long.
I don't know what bird would have a larger skull than that. I mean, maybe Pelagornis, actually. Like, maybe in terms of length, but in terms of, like, sheer mass, I imagine that Kellenken would have had a pretty big-ass head. Oh, and it was the tallest. Oh, cool, so he's just wrong. Stupid ass.
This massive head housed a beak so large and so strong, it could easily crush bones and skulls of its prey.
Bones, skulls. Visions of bones and skulls are dancing around my head. I am Sherlock Holmes trying to solve a mystery right now. Bones, skulls, I'm entering my mind palace. My mind palace is inside of my skull. My skull houses my brain. Oh my god, we need to get to the museum quickly. There's going to be a murder.
Kalenken's powerful legs
sweet.
and terrifying speed allowed it to ambush unsuspecting animals.
Thank you for circling the fucking rat there, instead of the horrible monstrosity that you had AI generate for you.
So there's this guy, right? He lives on Dewberry Lane and apparently he sells muffins and has a sort of song based on him and a lot of people know him. Do you happen to know him?
No. I've never heard of this man before. I do know of a muffin man who lives on Drury Lane, though. But yeah. I don't know who you're talking about, unfortunately. It's got one wing, but its second wing is also its leg, but this leg is clearly seen better days. This poor creature is so deformed.
Delivering a death blow with precision and brutal force.
Rawr!
The sheer size of its beak and its ability to generate powerful snapping forces made it one of the most feared predators of its time. Imagine a bird as tall as a basketball hoop sprinting at you with the speed.
What the fuck is... Why is James Bond fighting off two of these things with a crowbar? Or like a tire iron? What the fuck is going on here? In like the back of a Ford F-150. What is happening? Why did you generate this? ChatGPT, generate me an image of a man in a tuxedo fighting off two giant prehistoric terror birds with a tire iron in the back of a pickup truck. Release the terror birds. Prepare to go extinct, Mr. Bond. Christ alive.
Of a car and the intention of a seasoned hunter. That was Kalenken, a nightmare on the plains of ancient Argentina.
Please move on.
13. Dromornis sturtoni. Further away, in the ancient landscapes of Australia,
Oh, it's Australia, isn't it?
lived Dromornis sturtoni,
Yeah, I don't know about this one.
a part of a group of birds aptly named thunderbirds. These massive creatures were among the heaviest avian beings ever to walk the earth.
Yeah, I don't know if this is like... Jesus Christ. I don't know anything about this species. I would assume that's decently close to Gastornis, but I also don't know how Gastornis relatives would do that. Would, like, get to Australia. Dromornis. Yeah, they seem to be kind of off doing their own thing. They look more like giant emus, more closely related to the earliest waterfowl. Yeah, I've just never heard of this before. Wait, yeah, this globe is fucked. North America is just like... The Americas are just there twice. Can it
With
spin?
some individuals,
Did you AI generate a globe? Have you never seen a globe before? What the fuck? What is wrong with you? How hard is it to get an image of a globe? Two Americas right on top of each other. Dojan!
How can these creatures exist? If there are no governments after all birds are just spy drones.
It's from the ancient governments of prehistoric antiquity. Like, the fact that it's green is dumb enough. but it's like, it's green and there's two Americas. This is the ideal world where there are two Americas. My heart and actions are utterly unclouded. They are all those of justice.
Weighing up to 500 kilograms. Standing nearly 3 meters tall,
Christ.
their size alone was enough to make any contemporary creature rethink its path. Despite their bulk, these birds were not flyers.
Despite its bulk, these were not flyers. I think it was because of its bulk that they weren't flyers. Are you stupid? I want to punch you in the dick.
Their heavy bodies were supported by strong legs, hinting at a life spent mostly on the ground.
I would assume so.
Gilmornis stertoni had a massive, powerful beak that could have been used to shear through dense vegetation, or, as some scientists speculate, to attack and eat large prey, including other smaller birds.
Attack and eat prey, including a fucking Suchomimus, apparently. Or it could have eaten you. You. Why is there a dinosaur here? At least have Australorvinator if it's going to be an Australian dinosaur. Me? Yes, you.
And possibly even mammals that shared their environment.
Not mammals. I'm one of those.
12. Andalgalornis.
He just got like halfway. Hold up. He only deleted like half of Quetzalcoatlus. Not even. Like 2 letters off of it. And then he just pasted Andalgalornis into this. How many fucking Terror Bird adjacent things are we gonna get on this? When we already had an entire entry dedicated to Forest Rockaday. Like, I can tell what was going on here because he was basically just like copy and pasting the intro of each segment over and over again, except like editing the text on it because I do the exact same thing to save time. But he didn't get rid of all of Quetzalcoatlus when he was like copy and pasting it from the first entry. And so he only replaced 2 letters on it, and now it just looks stupid.
Journey to the open plains of South America, and
Again.
you'd find yourself in the stalking grounds of Andalgalornis, a smaller but no less fearsome member of the terror bird family.
The Terror Bird
Living
family.
around 6 million years ago, this bird was built for precision and deadly efficiency.
I'm going into my mind palace again. Precision, deadly efficiency. Oh my god, JFK, look out, there's 2 shooters!
Although it stood only about 1.5 meters tall, Andalgalornis
It goes without saying at this point. Just... Come on. Something's always gonna get fucked up. And it's gonna end up with 3 limbs.
was a model of lethal agility. Its beak was sharp and strong, designed for
What the fuck are they eating? They're eating like a fucking globster. And what is this guy in the back here? What the actual fuck? What is this guy? This guy's got no head. And they got like a dino tail. And what is this? What is this? What is anything? How do you generate this stuff? How do you generate this stuff and think it's okay? Do you just go with like the first thing you get? It's just like, I've only got so many tokens. I don't have time to refine this.
For delivering powerful strikes to its prey. Imagine this bird as a feathered assassin, capable of moving with incredible speed and suddenness to unleash swift and fatal attacks. Unlike its larger cousins, who might rely on brute strength, Andalgalornis excelled in stealth and speed.
Oh my, okay, you're repeating yourself. That's a bingo, baby. You're saying the same fucking thing over and over and over again. It's just like, yeah, this bird was really fucking fast. We get it. We get it. Fuck. That's a bingo. Thank God.
Making it a terror bird that preyed on the element of surprise.
We get it.
If you liked this video so
I
far,
didn't.
go ahead and leave a like. You can also check out Most Dangerous Birds on the Planet on our channel Forever Green.
Move
11.
along.
Epiornis.
I'm feeling pretty eepy right now.
Moving to the lush island of Madagascar, we encounter Epiornis.
This is the elephant bird, is it not? I'm pretty sure it is. Well, it is a elephant bird. I believe it is the largest of them. Yeah. So, yeah, that's another one that I predicted off the list.
Also famously known as the elephant bird.
Yep.
This massive flightless bird was among the largest birds ever
Hold
to
up,
live,
hold up.
standing up to 3 meters tall and weighing as much.
My God. Look at those fucking... You got those dogs out for free? What the fuck? It's got like a rat tail. He's a rat. Oh, that's awful. I'm gonna guess that the chunky ass legs are because when he plugged this into ChatGPT or whatever the fuck, he was like, generate me an image of an elephant bird with its nest. And so it was like, elephant bird. Okay, I kind of know what that is based on like all the Google images I'm taking as references, but also I know what an elephant is. And so if it's an elephant bird, it must have elephant feet, right?
You could crush a watermelon with those thighs.
No fucking kidding. So yeah, that's what I'm imagining was happening when he punched this into ChatGPT. Or whatever the fuck.
Much as 800 kilograms.
Wow.
Living until relatively recently, around the 17th century, Epiornis was a colossal creature that roamed the forests and plains of Madagascar.
This bird has never missed leg day.
Not one fucking day in his life. He's living up to his name, goddammit. He is the elephant bird.
The elephant bird's size
Okay, so you know the thing I just fucking said? Where he just said, generate me an image of an elephant bird. And ChatGPT is like, oh sure, I know what birds are and I know what elephants are. Actually dated the 1600s? No, by the looks of things. That was around the, like, 1000 AD. So, I think he's getting that mixed up with the Moa, which I'm pretty sure did go extinct around that time. Where's the giant Moa? Yeah, like Dinornis. When did that go extinct? Do you have anything for extinction? Around the 15th century. I'm going to count that as him getting two animals mixed up. That's another bingo. Bing, bang, bong. That's two, baby.
What? It's just an ordinary oh my goodness.
It's awful, isn't it? Even the hippos look like shit. What's the deal with this guy's face? And this guy, he looks like he's got two mouths almost. At least the baobab trees are identifiable as baobab trees. Just gonna get an elephant with wings. It's gonna happen. I hope to God we get Megalodon. I really do.
Size alone
At least the
was
mention.
its defense, deterring most predators. But despite its imposing stature, Aepyornis was believed to be a gentle giant, primarily feeding on fruits and seeds.
It was a gentle giant. A gentle giant. That is definitely, even though it was huge / dangerous, it was an herbivore. Like, unquestionably, we have that one now. If you disagree with our previous interpretation of it, that is it definitively.
However, the mere visual of such a gigantic bird could be quite unsettling. Its massive eggs, some of the largest of any animal on record, are evidence to its incredible size, with some being over 30 centimeters long. 10. Brontornis.
Brah!
In the haunting shadows of prehistoric South America,
What the fuck is this thing fighting? Brontornis be over here like, ugh, get away from me. And it's just like, kill me. Kill me. Please. I beg of you. What is this thing?
the Brontornis roared into existence.
Also, yeah, what the fuck is this map? Are these like counties or something? Like territories? What is this? Because I know what a map of South America looks like. What is this?
A towering figure that dominated its environment.
Dominated?
This colossal terror bird, standing up to 2.8 meters tall and weighing as much as 400 kilograms, was a true heavyweight of its time. Living around 5 to 10 million years ago, Brontornis wasn't just big, it was built like a tank, with a robust body and a thick,
Oh my god. This is so awful.
powerful neck, supporting a large skull and beak designed for delivering crushing blows. The very earth might have shivered as Brontornis walked. Imagine this gigantic bird marching through the forests and plains, a behemoth among beasts. Its size alone would
Jesus Christ. First of all, that's basically an Allosaurus or something. These are just dinosaurs. I mean, birds are dinosaurs, but like these are non-avian dinosaurs. At least some of them are. Some of them are the products of inbreeding. That's Monsters Resurrected? Oh my god. Mercy. This is so awful.
deter most predators, and its diet likely included smaller animals that could not escape its powerful grip. 9. Geniornis.
Motherfucker.
Another giant from Australia, this bird's strong legs suggest that it was a
Was this another Moa? Because, like, I think I saw Geniornis. No. I think Moas were New Zealand only. Yeah. So, it's mostly just a bunch of big flightless dudes.
formidable runner. Standing about 2 meters tall and weighing up to 240 kilograms, Geniornis was part of the diverse and formidable megafauna that once thrived in Australia.
I like how the term megafauna just came up there. Like, literally, it's just like big animals. It was part of a diverse group known as the megafauna. Like, yeah, it's the big animals. It is unfortunately not like a very tall version of Ceres fauna. God willing.
This bird lived from about 1.5 million to as recently as 50,000 years ago, suggesting it may have encountered the first humans to arrive on the continent.
Oh, those are humans! I couldn't tell because they weren't AI generated. I couldn't tell, actually. They didn't look like horrible blob monsters.
Ornis was built like a fortress on legs, with powerful limbs that suggest it was a formidable runner, capable of swift and sudden bursts of speed to chase down prey or escape larger threats. Unlike the
Escape larger threats like the Megalodon. Come on, say it.
terror birds of South America, Genyornis was not equipped with a large predatory beak, but rather a more generalized mouth that hints at a varied diet, possibly including plants and small animals.
Wait. He did it again. He copy and pasted another thing that he, like, was using earlier. He's saying plants and small animals, but this is precision and small animals. Because it was, like, precision and speed before, but now it's precision and small animals. Oh my god.
And small animals.
This is so awful.
8. Patagopteryx.
We're not gonna get Argentavis, are we? We're not gonna get Argentavis for this entire list, are we? Did we even get a Moa? I don't know if we did. We got Epiornis. He's very eepy.
In the prehistoric landscape,
Okay, so what is this guy? Patagopteryx? Wait. This isn't even a bird. This is a dinosaur. This is straight up a dinosaur. This is from the late Cretaceous. What the fuck? Listen, all birds are dinosaurs, but not all dinosaurs are birds. Like, this is a lot closer to being a bird than Quetzalcoatlus, but this is not a bird. This is a non-avian dinosaur. What the fuck? This is another one that was found by Jose Bonaparte. Our good friend, the Carnotaurus man.
landscapes of South America, there lurked a bird quite unlike the towering predators we've already discussed. This is the Patagopteryx. This bird adapted to a life
Dinosaur.
firmly on the ground, having lost the ability to fly in exchange for survival traits more suited to its terrestrial lifestyle.
Well, now that we know that this thing is a non-avian dinosaur, it's very unlikely that it was able to fly to begin with. It probably just, like, had feathers, like a lot of dinosaurs did.
Living during the late Cretaceous period, around 70 to 66 million years ago, Patagopteryx was relatively small, standing only about half a meter tall. Though it lacked the menacing beak or massive structure of terror birds, Patagopteryx was no less intriguing.
Oh wait, hold up. How small was this thing? About the size of a chicken. That's another bingo. That's 3. That's 3 in one list. We're not even done. There's more yet to come. Jesus Christ. I told you we'd be closing in on a blackout. Focuses on one clade too much is weird to check off for a list that's all about birds. Chicken Jackie.
Its body was streamlined.
This is a Zoo Tycoon 2 mod. I can tell. I know this grass. I've seen this grass before. These terrain brushes. This is a Zoo Tycoon 2 mod.
For efficiency, with strong legs that suggest it could run swiftly, dodging predators and navigating through dense underbrush with ease. Its survival strategy was not to confront, but to escape, to outpace threats rather than overpower them. 7. Phorophonereum.
What? I don't know this one. Hold up. Phoro. Okay, so what is this one from? This just seems like a regular bird. Considered possibly related to cuckoos, turacos, and/or the puzzling Hoatzin of the Amazon. This is just a little bird.
Traveling to the ancient floodplains of North America, we encounter the Phorophonareum, an ancient bird from the Eocene epoch, approximately 50 to 46 million years ago. Unlike the ferocious predators or massive giants of this era, Phorophonareum was likely...
Okay, I thought you were saying, like, unlike ferocious predators or whatever, like, this microraptor here, is this even an accurate reconstruction? I don't think so, because it's got, like, this looks like a microraptor. Or at least some kind of, like, early dromaeosaur. It's got, like, the ankle wings. Green River Formation. It is from the Green River Formation, actually, yeah. That explains why it's so well preserved, because, shit, man. Yeah, most reconstructions have it looking kind of like a Hoatzin. So I don't know why he's using like a Microraptor image here.
an omnivorous opportunist, living on a varied diet that included both plants and small animals.
Like bugs and shit.
Phorophonareum was not particularly
Why?
large, with estimates suggesting it
We have unrelated animal use as B-roll, but we're just using like Microraptor footage.
stood just under a meter tall. However, its real power
Wait. Okay, this is a ground-dwelling bird. Oh. Come on. Because I want to see if he's mixing up the wingspan with its height. If it is, that's another bingo, I'm pretty sure. Bleh. What about wingspan? Okay, well, I think he's just wrong about how big it is in general. Because, like, it was saying, like, between 22 and 24 meters, or centimeters there, which, I know that it's Google's shitty AI thing, which I don't fully trust, but it's the best I'm getting, unless I just go through the entire paper, which I'm doing a live stream right now. I don't really want to do that. My guess is this is a small bird, so it's about the size of a small bird. I don't know if that's mixing up height with length. I think he's just pulling this number out of his ass.
lie in its adaptability. Its beak was versatile, capable of cracking nuts, tearing meat, and perhaps even digging for roots or insects.
Roots, insects.
This bird might not have instilled terror with its size or its speed, but its ability to exploit a range of food sources made it a resilient figure in its ecosystem.
So can a chicken. I wouldn't put a chicken on the list of, like, the most dangerous birds. Unless you count, like, eating it can give you salmonella if you don't cook it enough. Like, again, the AI has just completely lost the plot here in that this is no longer a list of dangerous birds. It's just a list of birds and bird-like things that happen to be prehistoric.
6. Pseudodontornis.
This has to be, like, a super close relative of Pelagornis, right? I've never heard of this one.
Turning our attention to the ancient oceans, we encounter Pseudodontornis, a seabird from the Miocene era that patrolled the coastlines about 15 million years ago. Unlike modern seabirds
Oh my
content
God.
with fishing, Pseudodontornis was a more menacing figure, equipped with a long, tooth-like beak that made it a formidable hunter of the seas.
This has, like, we're just getting repeats of everything we got with Pelagornis. I'm going to guess that this is just like a super fragmentary close relative, right? Let's find out. Oh, a rather disputed genus of prehistoric pseudotooth birds. Um, the actual genus is barely more than a nomen nudum. Ooh. So, that's worse. This may not even be a real genus. Like, at the very least, if it was like a close relative of Pelagornis that is like, distinct enough to be its own thing, but it's like known from super fragmentary remains, hey, that's one thing. This may not even be a real genus. So it's no wonder he's just like repeating a bunch of shit that we already got in the Pelagornis one, because my guess is this is probably really close to Pelagornis, or it may just be like a complete synonym of it.
Pseudodontornis's beak was its most terrifying feature,
'Cause it had
lined
tooth-like
with sharp
things.
projections that resembled teeth.
You just said that.
Perfect for grasping slippery fish and squid.
You just said that.
This bird dominated the coastal waters, swooping down with precision and speed to snatch its prey from the ocean's surface or just below it. The sight of Pseudodontornis in action must have been a fearsome sight. Just another reminder that even the ancient seas harbored their own kinds of monsters. 4.
Motherfucker!
Harpagornis murray.
That's just the Haas eagle again! You just said that! You said that when it was that the Haas eagle was known as Harpagornis. You motherfucker! You're just doing it again! I knew we'd be getting repeats. I knew there weren't any birds. Like, I knew there weren't enough birds for like a list of 20 most dangerous birds in history. But for fuck's sake, you're repeating entries before you even get to Argentavis. You never said Argentavis. Fuck.
Another giant eagle from New Zealand.
What do you mean another? It's the same one. It's the same one.
Closely related to the earlier discussed Haast's eagle.
It's the same thing! Are you stupid?
This giant bird of prey was the largest eagle known to have ever.
The white pointer.
You know WHO else has dementia?
My love! The white pointer is very closely related to the earlier mentioned great white shark. Bro, these are synonyms. Not even like synonymous taxa. This isn't even like a sticky moloch and Pachycephalosaurus thing. This is the thing's common name versus its scientific name. This is lion versus Panthera leo. Fuck.
Ever existed, exerting its power from above. With a wingspan nearing 3 meters and
Even the
equipped
same
with talons
footage.
larger than a modern tiger's claws, it was the uncontested predator of its ecosystem. It soared through the skies with a terrifying grace, surveying the land below for any signs of prey. Its preferred targets were the moa,
No
enormous
way.
flightless
No
bird.
fucking way. That's so crazy. Did you know that the Haas eagle preferred prey is also the moa? Hey, you know who hasn't shown up on this list? The fucking moa.
That had no other real predators.
Ugh.
With a devastating dive, Harpagornis murray would strike, using its massive talons and incredible strength to subdue these giants. The forests echoed with the frightful screams of its catches, a forbidding reminder of who ruled the skies in prehistoric New Zealand. 3. Borogovia.
That's not a dromaeosaur. That's not a dromaeosaur or a troodontid. I know it's not. I know it's not. It's a troodontid. It's a troodontid. It's a troodontid. Of course it is. Of course. It's just a regular ass dinosaur. Not even a bird. Not even an avian dinosaur. It's a dinosaur. It's a troodontid. Why wouldn't it be?
Far from the lush landscapes of New Zealand, in the arid and rugged terrains of prehistoric Mongolia, another unusual bird stalked the ancient earth.
Troodontid.
Borogovia.
Troodontid.
This lesser-known creature adds a fascinating chapter to our exploration of
Troodontid.
deadly prehistoric birds.
Troodontid.
Smaller compared to the giants we've discussed earlier, Borogovia's danger
Oh, you know, if you want a really big bird from prehistoric Mongolia to choose from, hey, you should look at this guy called Dinosaurs. That's a really big duck you could look at. You fucking idiot. You fucker. I want to call you so many words right now that I can't say in a YouTube video.
lie in its mystery and the cunning hunting strategies it likely employed.
Hate you.
Borogovia was not large, but it was agile, adapted to navigate through the dense underbrush and rocky outcrops of its environment. Though primarily thought to be a scavenger, newer findings
Scavenger. Obligate scavenging mentioned. That's another bingo, baby! Yes! We got another one. We got another one.
suggest it might have been an adept predator, using its sharp beak and swift movements to catch small animals and perhaps even other birds.
Please, God.
2. Argentavis magnificens.
We've finally reached our
Imagine a bird so
It only took a repeat and 2 dinosaurs, but we finally got to Argentavis, which was mentioned 18 freaking chapters ago.
Emus, I beg. We lost a war to them with casualties. They have a 3-digit body count.
I'd be happy to see an emu at this point. I'm surprised we haven't seen any modern birds. That would be so much better than shit like prehistoric chicken and multiple dinosaurs.
vast that its wings could stretch across a room. This was Argentavis magnificens.
Actually, yeah, we did go through the entire clade of terror birds to finally reach Argentavis. So you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to say that we have focused on one clade too much, and that is specifically the terror birds, especially after mentioning that, yeah, the entire clade of terror birds gets mentioned. But then we just cycle through a bunch of other ones. So fuck it. That's not another bingo, but let's hope he compares this thing to T-Rex.
The largest flying bird ever discovered. With a wingspan reaching up to 7 meters, this bird
Hold on. Hold on. Is that a wild size overestimate? Is it? Please tell me it is. Please, please, I need to know. Give me wingspan. Give me wingspan. I needs to know. Aw, that's not a wild size overestimate. God damn it.
bird was not just another member of the sky. It was its emperor. Flying through the open skies of Argentina about 6 million years ago, the Argentavis was a sight that would send shivers down the spine of any creature that caught a sight of its massive shadow against the sun.
Vulture.
The sheer
Big scavenger. Big buzzard. This is what you should mention as an obligate scavenger, because it's a vulture. It's just a really big vulture.
size of this bird made it a formidable predator.
No, it didn't.
It's believed that Argentavis could swoop down at incredible speeds, seizing unsuspecting prey with its strong talons. Its diet likely included small mammals and even
Its diet likely consisted of a Dilophosaurus from the Permian. What can I say? He was ahead of his time.
Emperor.
For the Emperor. For the God King Sky Emperor.
juvenile megafauna, which it would snatch from the ground without ever landing.
Can you use Megalodon for one of these images? Please. Please.
The terror it inspired must have been akin to the fear of a modern-day fighter jet looming overhead. 1. Harambe Titan.
I've never heard of this one before. Fucking Harambe Titan.
From the the highest heights, we now turn to one of the heaviest creatures ever to walk the Earth, the Varambi Titan. Recently identified as the largest bird by mass, this colossal member of the elephant bird family.
I'm going to guess that. Wait. Okay, so it is like V Titan. I thought it was like a colloquial name for a like a fossil that has just been recently discovered but hasn't been described yet. Yeah, there was like an Andrew Sarkis there that it also apparently ate, which is just, God, kill me.
Roamed the forests of Madagascar. Weighing up to 730 kilograms and standing up to 3 meters tall, the Varambi Titan was a true behemoth. Despite its imposing size, Varambi Titan was likely a gentle giant, feeding on large quantities of fruits and seeds. But don't let this herbivorous diet fool you. The sheer size of this bird made it a formidable presence. No predator would dare challenge it, and its footsteps alone would have been enough to send smaller animals hurrying for cover. And that's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more captivating adventures from Forever Green.
Oh my God. Every fucking time we do Sludge, I'm just like, oh man, that's gotta be one of the worst ones we've ever seen. Every time we do it, it's just like, the standards get lowered even more. Like, at the very fucking least, when the Feathered Friend ended up repeating the thylacine multiple different times on his, like, 100 extinct species list, that was 100. Wait, was that a wild size overestimate? Wait. Did he say it was the largest creature to walk the Earth or just like the largest bird? Hold up.
1. Varambi Titan. From the highest heights, we now turn to one of the heaviest creatures ever to walk the Earth.
That's another one. That's another one. Another bingo. How many is that is the closest we have ever come to a blackout. Oh my God. That is absurd. We are missing 4. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 bingos. What? Oh wait. Is that 5? Oh my God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we have 5 bingos. 5 fucking bingos. Any one of these would have gotten us even more. Hell, if he mentioned pack hunting, if he was like that one guy talking about like 7,000 pterodactyls eat this man, then like, dude, that would have gotten us another 2. That is the closest we've ever gotten to a blackout. And it's on a fucking list of birds. They're just birds. How do you fuck up this badly? God. I'm so disappointed that he was like mostly talking about a bunch of birds walking on the ground. Because like that meant we didn't get a chance to really have him mix up the height with the height with the wingspan or anything like that. Nah, there was no Megalodon footage or even a mention of T-Rex, I don't think. I mean, hold up. Maybe it got mentioned in the Quetzalcoatlus section, but I didn't, like, see it.
20. Quetzalcoatlus. Imagine a creature soaring through the skies, casting a shadow over the ancient lands as vast as a small airplane. This is not a scene from a fantasy film, but the real-life terror of the Quetzalcoatlus, one of the largest flying animals of all time. Though technically not a bird, but a pterosaur, its bird-like features and staggering size merit its mention among these prehistoric giants. Quetzalcoatlus had a wingspan that could reach an astounding 10 to 11 meters. Its size is almost...
Yeah, he was talking about wingspan there. which is like around the upper size estimates of Quetzalcoatlus northorpi, so that's fine.
Incomprehensible. This creature could stand as tall as a giraffe when on the ground.
And again, like the height is quite similar to a giraffe, so he's right there.
Imagine this gigantic beast taking off, using all 4 of its limbs to vault into the air, then soaring high above, hunting with keen eyes for any movement below. It likely preyed on small dinosaurs and fish, swooping down to snatch them up with its long, sharp beak. 19.
Unless you count, like, that's not a comparison to T-Rex. That's just showing it existing with T-Rex. That's not really the same thing. Otherwise, like, T-Rex mention would be the same thing as, like, Megalodon mention on this list. Because Megalodon just needs to get mentioned. That's all it needs. Like, with T-Rex comparison, it's more like, it's like gassing up whatever creature you're talking about by comparing it to T-Rex. Did it coexist with Rex? Pretty much, yeah. In the Hell Creek Formation specifically, there was another giant Asdarchid pterosaur there that was Inferno Dracon, which is probably one of the sickest names for an Asdarchid ever. But in the southern United States, around where Tyrannosaurus macroensis was living, or maybe some southern roaming T-Rexes, at this point, I'm not sure where Tyrannosaurus macroensis falls. I think that's come into contention recently too. But the point is, there were T-Rexes in the south, or Tyrannosauruses rather, in the south, where Quetzalcoatlus was living. So, there you go. It's not completely inaccurate to show Quetzalcoatlus and Tyrannosaurus living along side by side with one another. I just don't know if it would be Tyrannosaurus macroensis or Tyrannosaurus rex, or maybe both. I don't know if their populations overlap, because I don't know how much is really known about macroensis. And again, macroensis may end up being a disputed taxon coming up. I fully believe that macroensis may end up getting absorbed into Rex in the near future. Or at least people will fight over that until it's determined that, like, maybe it's diagnostic from T-Rex. I have no idea. But anyway, that was horrible. That is one of the worst videos we've ever watched, and I hate that I say that every single time we do this. Ugh. I wanted to do Forrest Galante, but I don't have it in me. I am pooped. I am wiped the fuck out after today. This took it out of me. This killed me. I'm dead now. Only gets worse from here. God knows it only does. I can't wait to see, like, some of the more really recent stuff that just pops up. Like, that's just so infested with AI that there's no hope whatsoever for recovery. How are you doing, little froggies? Did you enjoy the sludge today? No, he's trying to hide from me right now. He's going under his driftwood. Anyway, as we always say, that's our sludge. Sludge it up, baby. I want to kill myself. This is awful. This is so awful. Ugh. I hope everyone enjoyed the sludge today. I'll be sure to have the bingo board updated next time so that this is actually an accurate bingo slot. I'll also try to have the next Bass Fishing Productions highlights out soon. Probably before the end of the month. And then I'll try to get this edited. I have a lot to do. I have so much to do. Next non-TF2 game. I'm probably going to be focusing a lot on the Mega Park in Jurassic World Evolution 2. Maybe I'll do another PS2 game. We might even wrap up Sly with Sly 3. Just because, like, fuck it, we've already gone through the first two. It would feel weird to like interrupt that with another series before going on to the third one. So yeah, that's our sludge. Sludge it up. I'm tired. I'm hungry. So yeah, until next sludge, always be sludgy. Oh fuck, I got Dustborn too. God damn it.